Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon even, I should say. How's it going, everyone? Hello and welcome back to Gamesfest. I just realized I spent all that time making a new Gamesfest screen for you guys and I didn't actually apply it. Let me fix that real quick. Let me turn the music off there. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back. Sorry about yesterday. What happened yesterday, if you were here looking for the stream, waiting for it, was that Zos on Tuesday evening, I guess, gave us a motherload of new information. Basically everything times 2 that was in their presentation yesterday that they did on Twitch. And of course, they gave it to us in the most accessible form, which is verbal. So, what I had to do was make a bunch of notes, then re-watch a recorded video that Gina very generously provided. I mean, it would have been made my own otherwise, I guess. But yeah, so it was not the most efficient way to generate new content. Let me put it that way. Okay, we should be good. Just find the new version of this. There we go. There we are, we've got the new one here. Guns and Raiders, hello, LeBro. Good afternoon, Mr. Paul's Balorda. Hey, hey, hey. Hope you guys are well. Alatariel, stream. Oh, a hydrate. Lucky, LeBro, I remembered to fill up my my water before I started streaming. But yeah, so it was a lot of work yesterday to get that video wrapped up. And mainly, it wasn't the production of it so much. It was a pretty easy video to make, but I wanted to make sure there were no errors. And you know what? I'm willing to bet that there is a mistake in there somewhere. Gina was very helpful. I even DM'd her a few times last night to make sure that it was, you know, everything was correct. And she actually did spot a small error that I had made. Something apparently which they mentioned in their presentation, but which I missed, even though I watched it 3 times. And that is that, I know they must have said it because Maya said she remembered it. And where would she have got it from otherwise? That small detail, if you're wondering, is that on Solstice, there are these siege camps, right? And that's going to be one of the fun things that players get to do who own the content pass. And they are actually going to stay. I think those are permanent. I'm not sure how that will work, but that's going to be the sort of the world event going forward. So that was pretty interesting. I wasn't actually aware of that. So not everything that has to do with the event and the Werb Cult invasion is going to go away. Yeah, but yeah, what did you guys make of the presentation yesterday? How many of you tuned in to see it? Because today I'm happy to answer any and all questions regarding that. I imagine there are quite a few. And Puerto Rican Papi, hello there. This is the best game ever created? Wow. I've played this game, but only this game, since June 2015. Wow. Big fan. Well, I'm glad to have someone with such enthusiasm around. Welcome on in, Puerto Rican Papi. I was going to call you Papi for short. I hope that's not too weird. Maybe it is. So yeah, LeBro, thanks once again for the hydrate. I don't mind if I do. Ah, LeBro, there is a silver lining. Work kept me busy the whole day. I thought I missed the stream. I was super sad until I saw that it was delayed until today. Well, honestly, that is a relief. One of the best things about Gamesfest, has been proving that I could do this shit, you know, every day, and not just a quick 3-4 hour stream, but a proper multi-game 5, 6, 7, 8 hour stream every single day for over a month. We've talked about it a bunch of times. It is more of an undertaking than perhaps people realize, including me, until I actually went and did it. But yeah, one of the nice things has been, hey, we've done it. We were true to our word. You know, we've actually done the thing that we said we were going to do. And yeah, so it made me a bit sad to have to skip a day. Felt like a failure. But hey, we got a really cool new video up on YouTube as a result. Hopefully a useful video. About 3,000 people have already watched it, so I guess that's pretty good. And that's in about less than 12 hours time. Not the most views we've ever had by a long way, but pretty good. Pretty good. And Baba Hat, no, it's okay. In Puerto Rico we use papi like bro or dude. I see. Gotcha. Yeah, you make me sad that I'm ignorant of Puerto Rican culture and custom. But I'm like that. I'm a very sort of internationally minded guy. I'm a Danish man living in the UK. My parents met in France. My sister married an Italian and now lives in Germany. Whereas I somehow, probably because a foreigner came from overseas. This is my wife, Maya, who's the co-host on this channel. She's not here at the moment, but she should be with us a little bit later. I think the only reason I'm still in the UK is that she came to me from, you know, from far afield. Otherwise, I never thought I would stay here growing up. I thought I'd end up living, I don't know, somewhere like Germany. Did I just sell something I want? No. But the fact that a foreigner just showed up at my door, so to speak, and to her this is the, you know, the foreign exciting place to move away from your roots and away from your parents. Not that that was a particularly a motivating thing, but you know what I mean. Like I have a high school friend who moved to Australia, and I think distance from the family is it's not something she wanted, but it's like a refreshing thing, you know. Anyway, so whenever people talk about on this channel, we have people from all around the world. Whenever people talk about that, this is what we do in my country, even if it's something minor, like the name of the grocery store, or the way that people pay for parking, I get really I get that Wanderlust going on. If that's the right word. So welcome on in, everybody. Happy Thursday. UK is a nice place. Hope to visit Essex one day. Why Essex? Wow, that's so specific. That's a bit like me saying, oh man, I can't wait to go back to America. I really want to visit Iowa. Essex is perfectly nice, but it's famous for a few unfortunate things, I guess. The only way is Essex. Well, yeah, the UK is better than it gives itself credit for. Yeah, because the only way is Essex. Exactly. Yeah, there we go. I'm picking up what you're putting down. And Guns N' Raiders, man, that guide you made is really well put together, clear and easy to understand. Hats off to you for figuring it all out with first-hand research and putting it together. Goes to show you know this game. Actually, it goes to show, thank you for the kind words, but just to punch up your praise a little bit, it really goes to show that I put in a lot of time before hitting record and sitting down with the microphone. I normally do that anyway, and I still make mistakes here and there. Like, I'll still miss a detail, and it's like a really boneheaded little error that somehow made it through. What I need is someone with an incredible eagle-eyed eye for detail, which, to be fair, I already do, but it's like, when it's your own work, it's difficult to market, you know, you can't see the wood for the trees, as they say. What I need is someone like that, who's got nothing to do with Ninja Pulls and is prepared to just check a script before I hit record. Somebody that looked. I think he might even have offered to do this once or twice, but in reality, like, the man already is too busy to make his own videos sometimes. Otherwise, we'd have even better content in ESO if Look wasn't so busy with other things. But thanks, Guns N' Raiders. That means a lot. I'm glad it helped. Really. And LeBro, I haven't watched the guide. The only thing I do on ESO lately is daily writs. I have no idea what you mean. LeBro, who would do writs? Erin, now I want to visit Iowa, yeah. Go visit all the members of Slipknot living at home with their mum. Whatever they're up to. Who knows? You give Iowa too much credit. That was kind of the joke. I'm sure Iowa's actually a beautiful place. I'm sure it is. A little bit like, from what I understand, it's like an extreme version of Norfolk in some respects. Norfolk is a coastal part of the UK, so ignore that fact. But it's famous for being unbelievably flat. And the skies that you get in a really flat, open part of the country. Famous for agriculture. But no, I've never been to Iowa. I've never been anywhere but East Coast US, actually. You know, New York, DC. Next time Zos ponies up for a big party in the US, hopefully I'll be able to head over there. But it's tough, man. Like when they do all these smaller ones at QuakeCon and such, then it's a pretty huge ask if you're in Europe to spend thousands of dollars just for the flight alone. Everything else I'm happy to pay for, but yeah, you really need to make the trip worthwhile. Like a lot of the folks who came over for Amsterdam from the US, they actually tacked that onto like a proper European visit. You know, some of them went traveling around for a couple of weeks after the big ESO event in Amsterdam. That's a good way to do it. Get your money's worth. Just flying out all that way for just a few days worth of stuff. Insane. Anyway, we're not going to be doing writs all day. Forget about it. I think I'll just pick them up, then we'll get going, right? How about that? And Wild Saber, pray, return to the waking sands. I think my voice needs a little bit more warming up before I can do that. I'm exhausted today, not gonna lie. I was up far too late. 20-minute video. Final Cut Pro gets all the way to the end of rendering it. And then there's like a 5-second bit which has bugged out for some reason. I tried all the tricks I could think of to get the render to refresh. It just didn't work. So then I closed FCP, opened it again, and then of course everything with text, anything with vectors in it, needs to be re-rendered. So that lost me like half an hour at least. But any video editor knows this pain, right? Just sitting around waiting. You've had an incredibly productive day, you're working, then you hit render, and then it's just time to wait and try to find anything else to do. Hey, LeBro, thank you so much for the sub. How very kind. September is just about wrapped up, isn't it? Gamesfest continues, of course. And Tahara Child, Dan, your voice is very, very, like, unique. Can you say, I shall show no fear? What impression? Should I do that in, like, a Space Marine voice? I shall show no fear. On the might of the lords, I shall hold my post. How's that? A frapturous day. Clow-Calla. Thanks, LeBro. Whoop. Nice. I'm very exhausted as well. Hey, I haven't heard that one before, Erin. That's a good one. Yeah, when Zos just make you put your head in your hands. Well, I'm glad to be back with you guys. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of missed it yesterday. I definitely missed, you know, my first day off from streaming in 34 days. And I was like, kind of want to be doing that instead of this regular work. Rendering's like watching paint dry, that's exactly right, yeah. And Puerto Rican Papi, yeah, all your videos are very well made. Thank you. You speak clear and concisely, super easy to understand, as English is my second language. Yeah, I mean, that's true for a lot of our viewers. I think our largest group of viewers by country is in the US, and the UK is up in there somewhere. But there are loads of people in Russia, Germany, all around Europe, obviously, and around the world. So, yeah, not mumbling my way through what is essentially an instructional bit of content, right? It's fairly important. So thanks. I'm glad that's apparent. Also, I like that you don't make a bunch of negative vids about ESO. I don't really see the point. Well, I do see the point. You get clicks. Negativity has always been this way. It's not even an internet thing, is it? It's I was listening to a film critic, a very famous film critic in the UK called Mark Kermode. He's like a horror film guy, but you know, he's been reviewing all kinds of films for about what, geez, like 40 years or something like that. He's got quite the reputation, and part of that is because, and this is what he was talking about, he was kind of a dick when he was in his late 20s, early 30s. He loved being that guy, that smart ass who goes on the TV and says, this is absolutely dreadful. No, look what they've done here. Absolute pants, all of it. You know, and he never made stuff up, but he definitely played up that performative, negative side of things. And he was talking about how the extent to which he had regrets over that. Like, there wasn't anything he wanted to take back. He never felt like he'd been untruthful, but he definitely played that game of, you know, trading constructivity for notoriety. And YouTube rewards that like crazy. So I find it difficult to judge those who do it. I think people who dabble in it, who'll make an edgy thumbnail here and there, that's fine. But there are also those who don't, they're not necessarily negative, but they overpromise like crazy, and they do that snake oil salesman thing of, one bar, the only build you will ever need. Rated PG-13. You know, that cold bullshit, and it's like, no, ESO just doesn't work like that. Either you don't have a clue what you're talking about, you shouldn't be making videos, or you do know that ESO doesn't work like that, and you are lying to the thousands of unfortunate people who will watch your video. I'm sorry, but that's how I see it. I'd almost rather have an edgy thumbnail than one of those, because what does it do? It creates a situation where dozens, maybe hundreds of people will run into an issue and think, it must be my fault. There's a level of trust in the person who said, oh, this is amazing, it's unkillable, solo anything, and that they can't do jack shit in the game because the build is terrible. And all they did in the video was showcase some overworld content, and yeah, where do they end up? They end up places like Skinny Cheeks Discord, Wild Heart, Ninja Pulls, these places that are like, often what we're not, these places are probably 60% of their time, if not more, is not helping new players or people within the sort of the veteran ESO community. They are setting people straight in the nicest, politest, least confrontational way. Although in the case of ESO University, it was just the most confrontational way. Not Nephas's fault, I should hasten to add, but I don't know, that culture there just took hold. But that's what we spent a lot of our time doing, is undoing the damage of terrible advice. And this isn't, it's just a video game. Who cares, right? But this can be a meaningful thing if people spend 20 hours a week playing this game and they are leaning on bad advice and they're having a worse time and they're not getting the results they want as a result of it. I don't know. It's not something I'm going to lose sleep over, but I think the people who do that shit probably should. Here we go, Ryan Kim. Hello, question for you. Welcome in, Ryan. Is a perfected Maelstrom Greatsword substantially better than a perfected Maelstrom Battle Axe for a STAM DPS? The answer is no. It's barely any different. It's just that if you have all of the weapons available, if you have them collected, the greatsword bonus is going to be a little bit more useful, because you look at... Sorry, I shouldn't have logged out just as I was saying that. When I log into my next character, we'll look at the heavy weapons passive. Basically, you're not going to spend much time on your back bar. Most builds don't. You know, the people who try to play one bar are not crazy. They're just doing the logical extension of what most of us do, which is to have one bar where we spend most of our time. And it's if you have like a Blast Bones Necromancer type rotation where you're swapping all the time, then you can end up spending a lot more time on the back bar. But generally, you want to spend as little time there as possible. Heavy weapons passive. Swords increase your weapon and spell damage. That is always welcome. Crit damage, well, we should be at the cap anyway. We certainly shouldn't be 12% below. So swapping back to a two-handed axe gives us a stat we literally don't need, because crit damage is capped at 125%. So we want to make sure on our front bar, with our own buffs and buffs from our group, we are hitting that 125. And if you're not, then that's a problem with the build. But if you are, that axe is not going to be doing much for you when you go back there. Same with maces. You don't want to be 3k under penetration on your front bar. So if you've got a two-hander on the front bar, this is absolutely fine. Nothing wrong with those passives at all. They're not badly designed or anything. But it means when it's being used as a back bar weapon, you know, there are stats there that we should be capped out on already. And the sword is the one that gives us something. There is no cap on weapon and spell damage. Hope that makes sense. So no is the short answer. It's really kind of arbitrary. You can use whatever the hell you want, and the perfected bonus doesn't matter either. It's just the two-piece bonus that you want. Nunam Tab, good afternoon. Hello there. And Ted Meister, how's it going? Ooh, Maya is on her way. She sent me a text. 5 minutes. How exciting. I'll ask if she's going to tune into the stream. We can say hello to Maya before she even gets here. This character is the one we're going to be on in a minute, so I'm actually going to spend a couple of minutes here doing the writs. But yeah, Tahara Chid, was that reasonable? What I did? Did I get it wrong? Did I get it right? And Guns N' Raiders, would it not be cool to have some quest givers offer alliance-only dialogue options? Or even guild options? It definitely would be cool. That is exactly the kind of shit that Zos would do. But, you know, imagine you're the writer and the finance director or whatever comes over and says, alright, so I see that, you know, we have to, like,
make it so.
Triple down on a bunch of voice lines here. Do you have any idea how expensive those are? Hey, Dark Metal, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. It's a me, Dark Metal. Wahoo! I don't know where that came from. Everyone just like winces and pulls up their headphones. Aye. Doing good, how about you? Yeah, not too bad, thanks. But yeah, Guns N' Raiders, it would be very cool. But and obviously the situation I just described is like cartoonishly exaggerated, but
I can tell.
You know what I mean? It's the same at every company. Wouldn't it be better if we had this? You know, this software solution would be better if we use this system. We'd only have to upgrade, you know, 8 of our machines or whatever, and then the finance director is there going, well, no. We're getting some random green companion gear. You know, it still bugs me that you can't upgrade this. I've never had a companion until a few days ago. And only then because it was a stream goal.
Together again.
But I remember being quite surprised and dismayed when they put that in that you cannot upgrade it yourself. Seems strange. I'm doing alright. I'm doing alright, thanks, Dark Metal. So I'm just messaging with Maya here. Pretty tired. Had to rush. It was all hands on deck yesterday to get this new video out for the Writhing Wall event. I think we did alright in the end. Unfortunately, it coincided with the Writhing Wall event being taken off PTS completely. So it's completely off now. The only way I would be able to play it is if we were granted special access to a ZOS server. And I have no idea if we can do that, or if it's not the thing they normally give to streamers. And I don't know if it would be allowed to stream it. It probably wouldn't. So I'd be allowed to capture footage for video, but probably not for live streaming. I'll check, and I'll keep you guys posted if that happens. But it did mean that there wasn't a lot of actual footage from the Writhing Wall event that I could put into this video yesterday, because it came off the server. I was intending to go in again. Maybe they did say that it was only going to be available for 2 weeks, but I didn't know that. I may have missed that in the patch notes. Colored Tax, hello there, good afternoon. Hope you're having a good day. Happy Thursday, everyone. Welcome back. This is Khan. You're watching Ninja Pulls. And it sounds like Maya will be with us fairly shortly, which is pretty exciting. Guns N' Raiders, I feel like it would entail a lot of work to put into the game. I think more it would be a lot of money. Based on my total ignorant understanding, just put those caveats in there, of game development, but voiceovers are incredibly expensive for various reasons. So yeah, they really have to budget those voice lines very tightly. However, they somewhat done similar with the Thieves Guild option. When approached by a guard for a crime, could be cool to have the Alliance options to maybe add extra secrets away for quest clues, or offer final outcomes for that tune's playthrough. I completely agree. It would be ace, and they have done it before. Maya does not have a lot of time. She might just literally, like, lean down and speak into my microphone when she gets here. Sad. Yeah, I knew she had another meeting she needed to take on her lunch break today. But yeah, Guns N' Raiders, you're not wrong. They've done this. You know, they've offered a lot of this kind of stuff in the past. Typically, when you meet an NPC that you've met before in the base game story, there's dialogue for have you met them before, and there's dialogue for you haven't met them before. Right, Maya is here at the door, so I'll be right back. I'm back. Sorry about that. The lady has arrived home. A Dark Metal saying, it's a great day for me then, I guess. New Ninja Balls vid about the event. New news about a Fallout 76 expansion. I saw about that, yeah. And went home early. Maya! Maya! LeBro, thanks. Thanks, man. Can only go better. Yeah, Fallout 76. So I don't know a ton about the expansion, but I know that Walter Goggins and the Ghoul is actually going to be a character in it, right? To be honest, I'm not entirely clear on where Fallout 76 fits into the timeline with the TV show. Is it roughly contemporary? I don't know why, but I assumed the TV show took place before the events of the games. Well, then the games are all over the place, aren't they? Some of them are much later after the bombs went off. Many, many years later. Others not so much. Yeah, we're going to Ohio. Fallout 76 is 20 years after the bombs, and the show is furthest away. Right, so it'll be it'll be in some ways a sequel, or sorry, a prequel to the events that we see in the show, but obviously we get the flashbacks and stuff. I thought that was some of the most compelling stuff, actually, the way they lifted the lid on immediately pre-war. What was that world like? They make it very clear this is not the world that we are living in. It is already an alternate reality, even before the nuclear cataclysm. And Elf Chibi, hello, hello. Happy Thursday. And Unamta, oh, you made a video about the writhing wall? Because I didn't get much wiser from the Bethesda stream. Yeah, that's exactly why we made the video. We knew we were going to do it. I have been asking Zos for some clarity on a few things ever since it first hit PTS, really. And they haven't been able to provide a ton. But Gina, to her credit, at least did arrange for us to get a day early. We got the same presentation you guys did. Plus then the PowerPoint presentation had like 5 or 6 very dense internal development slides, you know, for internal use. So there are a bunch of other slides that they then talked about. So it was about twice as much info that we got. And Finn was there, Michelle was there, and we were able to ask questions. I was a little bit dismayed, I'm not going to lie. Most of the folks in the call, they didn't have a clue. They don't know what the event was, when it was starting, what the phases were, and like all the information that Zos had already put out, and which I already knew, and anyone who's been paying attention like knew this stuff. We got some content creators who are, you know, kind of chopping and changing and doing whatever, and they're not up to date with what's happening in ESO. So I felt a little bit frustrated that Gina, Finn, and Michelle had to sit there spending valuable time. We do not get a lot of time with the devs like this. And they were just forced to recapitulate things which have already been said 100 times. It's like when you watch The Two Towers and they spend 10 minutes reminding you what happened in The Fellowship of the Ring. It's like, come on, Peter Jackson. You've got... This is not a thing that the movie does. I'm just giving you an example. That would be a bad thing, right? It would be an inefficient use of time. So that was a bit of a bummer, not gonna lie. But yeah, it was a bit of a tough challenge to break it all down, Unamta, but I can see why you say that.
Hey, I'm talking to you.
That's a very insistent NPC, huh?
Sorry for shouting at you. It must be this city. Makes me want to walk fast and speak loudly. Oh, you must remember me. The caravan? The Winterborn ambush? Thanks again for helping us with that.
Something else I can help you with?
Well, not me exactly. I came to Rothgar to elevate my status.
The belt buckles in
and
this
here I
game
am
make
running
absolutely no
errands for the
sense.
orcs.
Look at that.
Somewhat ignoble. Well, what can I say? Anyway, the king himself has requested your presence at his private tavern here in Orsinium.
All right. So he's been used as messenger boy.
Put in a good word about me with the king.
Isn't his deal that he's like the cool kid from a noble family, and he really just wants to prove himself, and no one in his family really gives a shit, and that's the reason he's here. Is this one of the things that can happen later? There'll be a pedestal there with a statue on it? Because I know there are things about Orsinium that change, depending on your choices in the quest line. I'd love to see more of this. Wow, he looks exactly like Bulgrul, doesn't he? That has got to be the same character. They're so similar, wow. Or am I just an orc racist? Alright, the beard, maybe. But yeah, the scar and so much of the everything else. No. I'm full of it, they're not the same. Every orc looks the same. Yeah, there sure will be a statue. There we go.
Everything is brighter when we travel together.
Alright. Let me fire up my Discord. Because it looks like we may have a special co-host joining us. 228 years, Dark Metal. Yeah, thank you for that. And Guns N' Raiders Game Pass is all over the place. Dark Metal, I wonder how and why the ghoul went from the West Coast to the East Coast and then back to West Coast in the show. I think the clue is in that song that they love to use. They used it in Fallout 4 and in the show, I believe. The Wanderer. And it's actually about a guy in the 60s who likes to sleep around. It's just a walking STD. But in the show, obviously, it's to do with being out on the road. Testing, testing. 1 2 1 2. Is that Amaya with us? Oh, she's still getting set up. Sorry, Maya. Putting her under undue pressure. But yeah, Tuckman, it's a good question.
Hello.
Hey, there she is. So give it up for Maya, everyone. Let's. We don't have you for very long, do we? Like 10 minutes or so. So let's make her feel better. Let's put a spring in her step. Maya's having another tough week. I mean, every week, sadly. Oh, look at that. Yeah, Dark Metal, the Game Pass subscription thingy is even crashing now because people aren't happy with the price increase. They're mass declining their sub. Well...
Oh, thanks. Appreciate it. Thank you, Dark Metal Alatario. Lebro, thank you.
Gungeon Samurai, thank God you said pedestal. And Guns N' Raiders. It's funny that a web page will crash when folks are due to renew. Maybe my mindset, however, I feel it's a touch self-sabotaging. That is pretty funny. And thank you so much for the follow, Mrs.
You might want to,
Yanabe.
like, you know, you still have 20 subs, bonus game Star Wars Dark Horse thingy.
Oh yeah, I do. I forgot about that. Thank you for the reminder.
Took you long enough to show up. I could have you flogged for that. Ha ha ha! That look on your face, priceless. But I'm just yanking your tusk. I usually never have anyone flogged.
I'm just yanking your tusk.
I'm just looking at the notes from like last time we played the game, so roll the dice.
Person who asked me these sorts of questions,
And
curiosity beaten out of him.
it says beer,
But I don't
cock,
wanna fight
and
with you.
wine.
That's not why I called you here.
I'm guessing that's cocktail. but
Cocktail, not cock. Yeah.
I know, I'm still a bit confused.
That
by
is an awkward abbreviation, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, it's corrected for you, Khan.
Brilliant. Well, welcome on in, Mrs. Yanabe. I hope I'm saying that right. If I were American, maybe I'd say Mrs. Janabe. But I'm just going to go out on a limb. But either way, hope I'm pronouncing things correctly. Alright, what can I do for King Kurog?
You helped Chief Basra. You fought at my side
Coke?
as we
Coke?
defeated Iceheart
Dark metal,
and
yeah.
his Winterborn warriors. In short, you impress me.
Either way, not safe for work, right?
Yeah, I mean, every stream idea, every YouTube video, everything we do here at Ninja Balls begins in the writer's room with an 8-ball of Coke. Not an 8-ball of cock.
Ah,
Everything all right? Is Yanabe? Yeah, we're doing all right, thank you.
Let me speak plainly. You
Thanks for
could
the follow,
pose a threat
appreciate
to
it.
me, but I prefer to consider you an ally. Share a few drinks, like we're doing now.
I love his voiceover, it's great.
I could use someone like you.
Top stuff.
Someone to deal with problems.
When we were playing Dark Forces 2 days ago, I had forgotten how much voiceover there is in that game. There's a lot. Like, in between the missions, your mission briefing, there's like this very basic pixel art Darth Vader raising his hand, cocking his head. You know, like when you get a very, very cheap cartoon and you have a static image of a character and only their eyes are blinking and their mouth is moving, but everything else is still. It's like that, but pixel art of Imperials and whatnot. I'm guessing they had to have, because it's a LucasArts game, so I'm guessing they had to have someone in the Darth Vader helmet and cape pose for these stills and then for it to be animated later. That's pretty fun, right? But yeah, there's a lot of voiceover in that.
Damn it.
And Kyle Katarn himself, kind of an 80s action hero vibe.
Begun to ruin your fun, my king. But let's leave the pleasantries for later.
Right, so these ladies again.
I can never tell when you're joking. Fine. Not so important.
Yeah, if you've just joined us and you haven't been tuning in throughout the last month or whatever, Ninja Balls is a 2-person joint. I'm just one half of the stream team. And my name's Khan. I tend to run the YouTube and whatnot. With me today is Maya, the co-host. She sort of runs the Twitch and Discord. Hello! The Twitch and Discord side of things. Also, she's hurriedly wolfing down a bite of lunch, which I will also be doing in a minute. So if one of us goes a little bit quiet, then you know that that's what's going on. But yeah, all of September, which is just about wrapping up now, we've been doing Ninja Balls Gamesfest, which means 2 things, really. We've been trying to be better. I'm terrible with keeping up with the ESO stories. I've done all the base game stuff long ago. I've done many of the expansions and DLCs, but quite a few I've never played. Like Somerset, super old. I still never finished it. And so we decided for this thing, which we've got 8 days left of, by the way, Ninja Balls Games Fest, we're going to play through every zone story. Not necessarily complete, like 100%, but, you know, the main story of each zone. So we've done that. We've done all of the base game stuff. We did Craglawn, the 5 Companions, Cold Harbor. Now we're in the DLC, doing Hrothgar today, which is one of my favorites. Probably my favorite, actually. And in addition, every day we are swapping out of ESO and playing a bonus game. We've done, wow, this will be our 37th game or something like that, even though it's only day 34 of Games Fest. And today's Dishonored, which is one that's near and dear to my heart. It also ties in directly to some of the stuff we've covered in earlier days and earlier games. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to that. That'll be a little bit later this afternoon. But for now,
My son's bravery
let us hunt
borders on
some orc.
stupidity. He would run off and stumble blindly into their trap without the slightest regard.
Siamese twingers.
We must not
All right.
allow that to
And LeBro sending chat a hug. Thanks for the hug. And I'm Dark Metal Mintflake, and I'm the comic relief. But let's not talk about me. But enough about me. Now, all of you guys are stars of the show around here, frankly. That's how this Twitch channel works, I feel like. Maya and I are just conduits for the nonsense.
His instinct is to charge every problem straight on and beat it into submission. His enemies know this and often use it against him.
Is this voice actress, is she in other... Does she do other characters? It's either a really solid impression in that she sounds very different, and that's why I don't recognize the voice, or it's someone they haven't used before or since. She's really great.
Basrag and the other clan chiefs know King Kurog all too well. They expect him to attack and kill the heretics, just as the heretics will kill the hostages.
Conjured Samurai, what about you? Oh, me too. Me.
Squarely on Kurog's shoulders.
Are you being like the donkey from Shrek? Oh, I know where he is. Pick me.
You are an outsider with connections to Orsinium that are tenuous at best.
Yeah, I feel like the voiceover and some of the unique animations they gave her are really on point. They just help show the players who've stuck around for the first expansion. Yeah, we're going somewhere with this. And yeah, 10 years is a long time. Well, Orsinium wasn't even... But whatever. A decade is a long time to churn out the same kind of stuff, and I can see why Zos have switched tack to make different kinds of stories, not always the big year-long adventure type thing. But yeah, they definitely lost that sense with the storytelling at some point, didn't they? That we are pushing the envelope, we're building and learning and getting better as storytellers every single
Any
time.
hoops? I'm afraid I'm going to have to dash.
You have to go already? You can't even vamp while I eat?
Sorry. No. I need to
Damn.
go now.
I mean, can you stay a little bit longer? Then I'll give you a lift.
No. That is with you giving me a lift.
Oh, right, okay.
Sorry.
No problem. Well, guys, does mean I'm only going to be gone like 5 minutes, but it means that Maya and I will have to throw to the be right back screen, like literally right now.
Yes.
All right.
Sorry to love you and leave you guys.
No worries. Well,
see you later.
everyone, send Maya off with some good vibes. Give it up for Maya. She's working her ass off for this stream, frankly. For this channel, for this community, so that we can keep doing this. And yeah, we really, really appreciate it. All right, so I will flip to the BRB screen. And I literally will be about 5 minutes. So don't go anywhere. Sit tight, grab a drink of water. I'll be back with you momentarily. And I'm back. Sorry to keep you waiting. Let's pick up where we left off. Hey, Brightsog. Welcome, welcome. How's it going? And Gareth Ball saying, yeah, cheers. Take care, guys. Thank you for sticking around. If you're still here. Yeah, sometimes we've got to take a little break here and there, so I really appreciate that. That the channel just doesn't empty. And I feel like I can answer the phone in an emergency and stuff like that. Duck, but I am. Yeah. It kind of goes against how I play. Like, even though I'm behind on story in ESO, when I do play some story, I tend to take it very slow and really try to let it work its magic, because the game doesn't have all of the technical and sophisticated stuff that a lot of AAA story-based games will throw at us. It doesn't have those bells and whistles to keep us engaged. So it's a little bit of that tabletop gaming mentality. You kind of got to use your imagination a bit to fill in the gaps, and ESO works pretty well in that regard. But yeah, that's why I tend to slow things down a little bit, drink it in. So it feels kind of weird to be rushing through story content the way I'm doing. Oh yeah, Brightsog, let me check out what you posted.
Back away, citizen. We have enough to deal with as it is. Soldiers can't do their job.
I'm here to rescue the hostages, man.
You carry a weapon doesn't mean you know how to use it. And as you can see, I already have more amateur warriors volunteering to help than I can handle. Why don't you just stand back and leave this to the professionals?
A defeated Molag Bal. I think I can handle this.
Right. I think I heard about you. Probably a load of horker dung.
A load of hawker dung.
Still, if even half the stories about you are true.
That's the orc version of bullshit, huh? Wow, Brightsog, that is a heaping helping right there. That looks awesome. Oh, that looks lovely. Now I'm jealous. Alright, how do we get inside the temple?
I think there's a back entrance up the stairs near the Mages Guild. I sent some soldiers to investigate, but they haven't reported in yet. If they haven't barred that door too, you have a chance. Just don't get the hostages killed, alright?
It tastes good? Awesome. Alright, what does Emily have to say about this? I remember this one. Another example of Orsinium being a little bit more nuanced and sophisticated than base game stuff.
He here to rescue the hostages, didn't he? Of course he did. That's why they recruited heroes after all, am I right? Listen, I have a plan. It's brilliant. Wanna hear it?
Okay.
See those hawkers behind me? Don't look. Anyway, they've been acting suspiciously. Standing around, making shifty eyes, showing odd hand gestures to passers-by. I've read enough investigative Vale books to recognize criminal behavior when I see it.
Investigator Vale? I forgot that character is introduced so early, then they pay it off way, like years later in High Isle. That's fun.
You never read Investigator Vale? The book's about the brilliant scholar who travels the world and solves crimes. She doesn't use magic or weapons. Just her charm and her wits and... Look, I'll lend you a copy later, but we need to focus here. Isn't it obvious? Look at their evil demeanor, their villainous whispering. I bet if we rattle them, they'll run off and lead us right to the hostages. Watch. I'll just let loose an arrow. That should put the fear of Ifray into the survivor.
I'm just going to play that again. I think it's the perfect example of what I was talking about the other day, that even though the voiceover, the accent is pretty ropey, the actress does such a nice job of, like, I don't know, somehow finding the Bosma within and conveys that through the performance. It gets away with it. But yeah, the accent is all over the place, but, like, she just channels something that makes it work for me. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Isn't it obvious? Look at their evil demeanor, their villainous whispering. I bet if we rattle them, they'll run off and lead us right to the hostages. Watch. I'll just let loose an arrow. That should put the fear of Ifray into the survivor.
An arrow? I'll let loose an arrow. What is that? An arrow is a chocolate bar here in the UK. What should we do? Should we be like the Chaos Agent? Yeah, go ahead. See what happens.
Really? I mean, yes! I knew I liked you for a reason. Once the other one starts to run, don't let him out of your sight. He should lead you right to the hostages. On my mark. Stop, you! Thief!
She just fucking wastes a guy.
Get him!
I mean, you would run. It's not really a sign of guilt.
So far, things are
Hey,
coming along
I was
nicely.
walking here.
Shh,
Run
he
into
can't
me
see
again
me.
and I'll knock your teeth out.
Watch where you're going, you idiot! I have a good
I mean,
mind to throw a lightning bolt.
I'll remind you guys in just a moment what this character looks like that I'm playing. I would be making a whole lot of mess in my drawers if I was being chased by this. I'm just gonna say.
Defend the temple!
Guilt confirmed. I don't think I've ever done that before. I've never actually killed the guy before. Zerethvar digs it.
Oi, I'm walking here.
Yeah, even with the weapon drawn. Yeah, you're right. Like, we're talking this. This thing is chasing you. Like, Jesus. No, that is some scary stuff. Hey, Maya. Random, but Fallout 76 takes place several decades before the events of the show. Where did that come from, Maya? We got some orders here. Let's have a look.
Keep watch in front of the temple. We need time to accomplish everything she asked of us, so make sure you pay attention to anything unusual. If anything suspicious happens, give us the signal. It'll find its way to us. Most of the fools soldiers don't even know about the entrance above the Mages Guild. We'll leave that open in case any of the team needs to get in or out. By the time the King's soldiers figure out what's going on, we'll be done with our task and gone. Anyway, stay alert and remain vigilant.
And repeat yourself, apparently. Stay alert and remain vigilant. That was my finest pathetic attempt at the Orc American. Or the American Orc accent. Priest Rughub. I remember this guy.
Please, I need your help. The priests inside the temple are at the mercy of these fanatics. Please, I think they want to kill my brothers and sisters in Trinimac. Malakath fanatics. They burst into the temple and began rounding up my fellow priests. They spat at us and shouted that we were betraying our race. They said that Chief Basrag sent them to punish us for opposing the true god of the orcs.
We're not going to get all uppity and academic about this, but let's just think for a moment how these stories normally go, not just in ESO, but in any a video game, especially an MMO. What they've done here is they've introduced us to the setting. They've made sure we've visited Orsinium, a couple of different parts of it. The quest encourages you to... We've certainly explored the southern bit here with Frostbreak, and it encourages you to look around a little bit more as well. The fact that the quest doesn't just continue as an unbroken chain, but it, you know, it waits until you revisit the city again. And just as we're getting comfortable, oh, this Kurog's a fun guy, this is a cool adventure, we've got Everly, we've got this elf guy, we're starting to get to know this posse of characters, this motley crew, then they throw, you know, the spanner into the works, the inciting incident, and it is not a Daedra. It is not an invading army. It's not this big cataclysmic thing. It is a local religious dispute. But it feels really grand, doesn't it? It feels every bit as important as, say, the Stormcloak Rebellion in Skyrim. It feels like a big deal immediately. And, like, you know, stakes are high. It's just a smart way, not just a cool quest, but a smart way of setting it up, right? So much of like our enjoyment of a TV show or a movie or a video game is dependent on how it sets itself up, how it gets going. How did you escape? I think it's a red herring, but this guy is like deeply suspicious from the get-go.
I was about to go find help when more of those ruffians surrounded me. I thought I was finished. And then
Chief Bazrag sent them?
They invoked the chief's name, saying he seeks revenge against the king and any who follow the false god. I've known Chief Bazrag to be a hard man, but never a cruel man, never a murderer.
There was a confrontation in the throne room. Oh, he's supposed to be telling him this?
I see.
But yeah, immediately like sowing the seeds that Bazrag is not the bad guy that he's being set up to be.
If it's vengeance,
You could criticize it for not being very subtle, but I don't think it's trying to be. I think the game wants you to know. It wants you to immediately suspect that Bazrag is not behind this, and then feel a bit like a smarty pants when it is revealed that it wasn't him. That's a balance they got wrong in High Isle. I've heard from loads of people who said, "Hey, Greykirk." I've heard from loads of people who say, "Hey, Greykirk." No, loads of people who said that the twist in High Isle and Greymore, they saw it coming a mile away. I don't think I've ever actually done... Maybe I must have, maybe once, but I'm not sure I've ever done this, like, properly, stealthily. So we need to get the key and avoid torchbearers. Yeah, there's one right underneath me, isn't there? Thank goodness for the full damage CP, huh? Otherwise my character never would have the guts to do that. Ah, Greykirk, redeem, give Floofs a treat. Well, thank you for that. I'm not a member of the Dark Brotherhood, so I can't just, like, take this guy out. Let's see what we can do. A swift takedown, reasonably. I didn't have any of my buffs rolling, actually, so... Alright, let me give the dog a treat. She's here right now. The cat is nowhere to be seen. But give me a moment, guys. I'll just redeem that thing from Greykirk. Thank you for that. Do you want a treat? Who's a good girl? Sit. Good girl. I upped the gain of the mic so you guys could hear the crunching. Did that work? It was right next to her face. Aww. And thank you, Halaspol. Thank you very much for the follow. That's very kind. Appreciate it. Welcome on in. We're having a bit of a chill stream today. It's day 34, I believe, of Gamesfest. We took a day off yesterday, not because we wanted to, or we needed to. Well, we kind of had to. We were forced to by video scheduling reasons. But we are back. What's the best way to get around this room? I haven't done this in ages, but I think it's the most Skyrim-feeling part of the game. I wonder if that's a coincidence. It probably isn't. It's the first thing that they did. Obviously, they had several years of development after Skyrim came out, but this is the first thing that they did post Skyrim. I think that's telling, right? But it feels much more. I remember noticing this. Oh, it's literally that door there, right? I remember noticing this really hit me the first time I ever went to Orsinium, the city, not the zone, but the actual city. First time I came here in ESO, I was like, okay, this feels like Skyrim, and not just in the surroundings. You know, the frosty giant stone city, the really intimidating structures. Not just that. But just the sense of scale, the quality and like immersiveness of the surroundings. It was just an obvious upgrade.
Please, there's no need for this insanity. Just leave us alive. Kill them all. I will watch over you. Thank you for helping us. I thought they were going to kill us.
They were going to kill you. Priest Ugus.
I don't know how to thank you. These fanatics, they beat us, threatened us. They told us they were going to kill us.
Marlock, protect me.
Alright, that is the rare occasion that a companion looks cool. Do you guys see that? That was a cool move. Does his skull have a knockback? That's kind of annoying, but in that moment it looked awesome. No. So what was the knockback? What was that all about? It could have been the armor proc. Like sometimes these pull effects can actually do the opposite. Is he losing rapport? Like I swear to God. Anyway, talk to the priest again.
I don't know how to thank you. These fanatics, they beat us, threatened.
All right, we're not gonna listen to all of that. Sorry, dude.
Should be somewhere through this door.
There is a puzzle later that's not here, is it?
Find a way to open the main temple doors and let the soldiers in. Get her! Don't let her escape!
I'll die before I let you hurt the others.
The Solgro character is awesome. I don't think that is a hot take or anything. Just a really good way to make the orcs a bit more interesting. it's like a lot of the stuff in this story retroactively makes the orcs a bit more. It rescues them from just being like a one-note race, doesn't it? Always appreciate it when a franchise bogged down with some fairly rudimentary storytelling in its early history. Like even Star Wars, which I love, or Star Trek as well. You know, these are gargantuan properties, but they are bogged down by some, shall we say, primitive or rudimentary storytelling early on in the franchise's history. So going back to try and fix that, you know, like Rogue One style, you know, they have an entire movie to patch a plot hole in the first film. It can be fun if it's done cleverly. I think it's not quite the thing that Zos were doing here, but yeah, let's be real. The orcs in Morrowind and Oblivion, I think they're a bit more interesting in Daggerfall. But yeah, in Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim, the orcs are fairly two-dimensional.
Don't worry about me. I'll be fine once I catch my breath. Just
So I
put the
really
wind
like
out
this
of me a little,
treatment of
that's all.
them. In many ways, it might be the best story that is specific to a particular people that we've had in ESO. I think it probably is. Like, the stuff about the Dunmer in Clockwork City is really, really fun and batshit crazy. And you guys know how much I love when Elder Scrolls goes weird and bizarre. When Daggerfall, the orcs really are two-dimensional. I didn't think of that. Yeah, they literally are. That's funny. Alatariel, daily tribute quests and Northern Grotwood daily quests are a good way to level his rapport very fast. Northern Grotwood? What? Why? Thanks for the tip. Why Northern Grotwood? What's a Northern Grotwood daily? Interesting. Yeah, Dark Metal, that is a good one. I'm sad I didn't think of that.
Don't worry about me.
Ironically, they were written more three-dimensionally, whilst they were depicted literally two-dimensionally. The daily up near the house you can buy.
Not exactly. They claimed to be devoted followers of Malakath and said they were working for Chief Bazrag. They caught us by surprise, threatened us. We were supposed. I've always found the chief to be noble, but it doesn't take a lot.
So
to
yeah,
change
she's not sure.
his forts ravaged. His
She's willing to
traditions
believe that
threatened.
Bazrag
I can see how such things
could
lead to
turn
this.
into a real piece of shit.
The king and the Forge Mother must be told what happened here.
The house in the north. There's a daily up in Cormount? Why? And I'm honestly, am I allowed to dismiss the companion? Guys, it's kind of funny to play with him on stream because the companions do so many stupid things and they die to such like basic attacks as well. I guess he's good to have for comedy value, but honestly, if it weren't for the stream, there's no way I'd have the companion equipped. Absolutely no way. It just, I guess I find it slightly irritating that as he's leveling up, we're doing all this cool stuff together. Even though I've only had him a few days, we have done goodness knows how much crazy shit. We've taken down Molag Bal. We've suppressed the whole impending disaster in Craglorn, and here we are adventuring with the orcs, killing Reachman chiefs and all this stuff, and he just doesn't care. I find that to be dumb. Maybe if there was a way to game his rapport by doing these very specific things, but I think it should just go up if you're doing quests, generally, right? Maybe there's like a vampire companion who doesn't like it when you do stuff that is like for the greater good. That could be kind of fun, but is this normal? Do all the companions just utterly ignore the amazing things that you're doing with them? moment to moment, and no, I don't like you. Go and loot that heavy sack, then maybe I'll like you some more. Like that feels like a pretty shitty gamification of the system rather than character-driven, immersive system design. It's, you know, it's that MMO thing where they just put in a chase for the sake of having a chase. And by a chase, I mean what we would call a grind, but what developers call a chase. Zeroth likes it if you fight Harrow Storms. Yeah, why that and not Dolmens? Why Harrow Storms and not dragons? Like, it's dumb. Is that a hot take? I think that's weird and bad. I think maybe they should have special things that they really like. So if you really want to cheese their rapport, you can do it that way. But just in the course of adventuring with them, they should automatically like you more and more. I'm starting to get a little bit unimpressed that it just sits there permanently and I have to do some random stuff. Like, imagine if you had someone in your crew, no matter how many bank robberies you do together, how flawlessly you pull them off, the share of the loot that they get, they just don't give a shit. No, you have to go to a strip joint to make them like you. I don't know. But yeah, Guns N' Roses took me ages to find that also. Oh, so you don't mean in Cormount, you mean up in, that's where I thought, the Redford Trading Post. Yeah, that I have seen. I mean, I'm not going to do it, because I don't care. I don't actually care. I don't even know what having the rapport does. Don't tell me, I'm sure you guys have told me before.
Let the Forge Mother know my suspicions, but make
It's
sure
like
she
fishing.
understands that they are only that.
I just don't
and
care.
to start a war with the clan chiefs
But I will still
either
comment on the
speculation.
fact that it is not very well designed, in my humble opinion. And if you guys disagree, just let me know. Complete a Defense Force quest offered by Zahari at Grotwood Northern Gate. And Aegili. At least finish one. Finish? What do you mean finish, Alatario? I got him, he's done. I need to finish something? Fanarical. Each has some things they like and dislike. Yeah, exactly. But they feel too arbitrary. And there should be a way to increase their rapport just by doing awesome stuff. Is that too much to ask? No, look at her face. I don't know. I think that's a little bit too. It's over designed, if you know what I mean. It's production wagging the story, which I don't like, and it's a problem that MMOs have. Everything has to be geared towards the psychology of repetition, if not addiction. And one of the only reasons I put up with an MMO in my life, this one, is that it doesn't do that as readily as other MMOs. Just dive straight in to the psychology of compulsive, addictive things. Like, Blizzard are the masters at this. And so long as players recognize what is happening to them, and they're happy and they're enjoying it, no judgment, no complaint. But it's really not for me. I prefer a gaming experience to be a little bit more geared towards giving me something, not just manipulating me. It's a fine line, and different people have that line in different places.
No, you've done more than enough, and the
But yeah, it's just jumping out at me as an example of that, and it's making you really a little bit grumpy. Yeah, she won't smile like that soon. Well, she might do. Zereth hates the undead. I mean, the dragons, you could argue. Dolmens. Oh, I have no problem with demons and stuff like that. It's just the undead. Like, that's... Then he's an idiot if he thinks... Do you know what I mean? I don't like it when they make characters, whether it's your player character or NPCs or a companion, I don't like it when they make them stupid in order to serve a specific game design purpose. I love how much detail there is around here, by the way. This is so cool.
This is the last of them. Let's finish these bastards off.
That felt good. Yeah, you guys are. I appreciate you going to bat for the companions. Oh, it's because he doesn't like the undead. Oh, it's because he doesn't like necromancers. Harrow Storms, are they about necromancy? I guess it is, yeah. He does report on dolmens. Alatariel on USP Wiki. There's It's not about that I'm confused. All right, let me clarify. I understand, even before I had a companion, I understood completely. There are things that you do that make the rapport go up, and there are things you do that make it go down. What I'm saying is, that system is actually quite silly. And I'm less motivated to engage with it as a result of it being designed like that. I don't know, it makes him seem like even less of a... He's already just... I've described the companions as Barbie and Ken dolls. They're not real characters to me. They don't jump off the screen at all. It's just a system with a slight coat of paint, a very thin coat of like ink wash to try and bring them to life a little bit. And what I wish it was the exact opposite of that. I wish they were really deep and interesting characters, because they are literally recurring characters that are there all the time. I know that's an expensive thing to do, but I would almost rather have a companion with an incredibly detailed backstory than a zone story. Like, we love all the new bells and whistles, the new environments, stuff like that, but at the end of the day, the thing that people talk about when they talk about their favorite moments in story and zones, it's the characters and the storytelling. And companions, this is going way back to Blackwood, they seemed like the most such a promising vehicle to do that kind of thing, to reassert that ESO is not just a dumb click 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 MMO. It is about character and world and place, and it is those things. I don't think they need to like overhaul the companion system to make that case. They make that case in plenty of other areas, but this is the reason why when I went and tested the companions on PTS, I reported back to my guild and said basically don't bother. They suck. They can't do anything in combat. They were even more useless back then, bear in mind. They've become a little more effective, but not much. And there's no depth to their characters or story in a way which is really going to fulfill you if you've played, like, even the 5 Companions quest, which is, like, pretty shallow by comparison to some of the expansions that we've had over the years. The characters like Chimera, like Kurog and Solgra and Forge Mother Alga in this story here. Bazrag, you know, these are characters that have got real dimensionality to them. And it clearly, one of the reasons the companions don't have that is because they have been treated as a follower system, not an opportunity for storytelling or for adding depth. You know, it's an opportunity to add shallowness to the game. Maybe I'm being too harsh, but I don't know. I'll plant my flag there. It hasn't made me more likely to unlock a companion in future. In fact, it's made me less likely, because it's just a grind. There's nothing to it.
Yes?
Except the voiceover. I'll give it that. He looks cool. He sounds amazing. I'll give it that. And that's why I say Barbie and Ken doll. Because it's a game of dress up, you know?
I'm glad to see you and the priest alive. I believe things may have played out very differently.
And Kev, making sure not to get fully sucked into the MMO daily wheel is quite tricky. I don't know. I do my writs and stuff when I can, but mostly I'm here for the group content. And now that I'm streaming so often, I'm here for a lot of that as well. You know, we can talk about these things. We can really enjoy stuff. We can dislike stuff. We can critique it, and it's all gravy. You know, but just to be clear, I do not have any trouble understanding the concept that companions' rapport can go up and down based on different things you do. I'm with you guys. I got that. What I don't like is the way that it's implemented. It's completely arbitrary. There is no There's nothing you can say, basically, that would adequately explain why Xerath or Miri or whoever it is, they really love it when you do this thing, but when you do something which is basically the same, they don't care. It's, yeah, I use the phrase again, it's weird and bad, and I regret that decision. I think if they'd made them much more about character, because the people who tend to use companions aren't combat system nerds necessarily, they're people who enjoy the story, I've found. It's people who love diving into the story and the setting, and who even like to roleplay with their characters a little bit. It's not a thing that I do, but I totally get it. It's awesome. We had that during 10Fest, right? You guys catch Tatanko's stream where they devoted several hours just to that topic, the idea of getting more out of the MMO experience by role-playing a little bit, giving you a character a backstory, like it's a D&D character. It's a lot of work, but you can get quite a lot out of it, potentially. A military contingent in the temple? Seriously?
Increased patrols around the perimeter, soldiers assigned to guard the inside of the temple. The priests will not have to live in fear of another attack, not so long as my son is king.
Gloomvex saying, I don't have anyone to play you, so within Xerath is actually a really good tank. Well, there we go. That's a functional... That's a functional purpose that the companion has. But that's you making a case about something completely different. That I can understand. I found him to be utterly useless in combat, but I haven't spec'd him, I haven't given him a taunt or anything like that. I understand, just getting a boss to look away from you for 30 seconds, that can make quite a lot of difference, even if the tank is moments away from death. Because the companions don't have the ability to survive anything remotely serious. Even then, that can be worth a lot. That can change it from, oh, I can't quite kill this boss, to I can kill this boss quite easily if it can just put you over that line. I completely get that. But yeah, the storytelling aspect of it continues to be a deep disappointment, and it reminds me why I was so bummed. I was a little bit immature maybe when it first came out, but we didn't have as many people in the Discord, and we weren't streaming or anything like that. But I basically said that I complained quite loudly about the companion system. Said it was a huge wasted opportunity. It was really badly done. I don't think I would say that today. I mean, it's popularity for one thing. I think maybe half of players who play ESO use a companion. I'd be really interested to know, actually, how many people use a companion in content where that is possible. It's probably around half, which is a lot. It's more people, it's more than, I bet not even half the community plays Trials. Definitely nowhere near half plays Tales of Tribute. Something like 10% of players play Tales of Tribute based on what we can tell. Might even be less than that. Alright, so the Fanatics claim to be taking orders from Basrag.
Basrag has never agreed with Kurog. He made threats in the throne room, as I'm sure you heard. Besides, his boldness and devotion to Malakath are legendary. It appears Basrag wishes to challenge our king.
It is kind of sad if you've played... I'm not going to spoil anything, guys, but it is kind of sad if you've played this before, which I'm sure all of you have, or most of you have, knowing how it actually plays out. There's a real melancholy to replaying this part of the story. Kev, not defending it at all. But just imagine that Xerath and Tanlarin already have the most lenient rapport system. Remember really being turned off by the grind of Miri and Bastion. These latest two, I just had them out over the past year while doing quests and ended up max. Well, there we go. So it does go up. But I've done an enormous amount of questing with this guy, and his rapport just hasn't moved at all. That seems silly to me. But yeah, no, you feel free to defend it, Kev. That's a very good point. And I feel like, you know what? I feel like you're backing me up here. If Zos are moving further and further away from that incredibly restrictive and arbitrary rapport system, that makes way more sense. It reminds me of the mini-game in Oblivion, right? Where you would persuade people. It's got nothing... It's actually quite a fun mini-game, but it is famously laughable in terms of its for like role-playing game fans, for RPG fans, having this little mini game where you can just make anyone like you, regardless of your skill level or anything like that. I don't know, it outraged a lot of people's D&D sensibilities.
My son needs to solidify his hold. You have done much.
It's a little bit like that.
Child,
You know,
how
it
do
totally
Are you injured?
breaks the illusion of...
Thanks to our friend, I am well and ready to serve.
Here we go.
Yes, our call for assistance has already proven to be a more than worthwhile endeavor.
Let's talk to her.
Thank you again for saving the temple priests. I don't even want to imagine how things might have turned out without your intervention. I look forward to talking to you again under better circumstances.
It's such a non-orc voice. We talked about this last time. She's styled very much like an elf. Just to really like push back at the player's conception of what orcs are in the Elder Scrolls. I dig it. I dig it. Kev, I genuinely couldn't tell you what they like or don't like, but I was just glad it's part of my natural gameplay. Yeah, it's still arbitrary, but they've made the repeatable triggers way more common or less specific. That's good. And it backs me up. If Zos have recognized that that is bad, and they are moving to correct it with each new generation of companions, then I feel vindicated in that perspective. I wish they'd gone more aggressively or had backtracked to overhaul the original companions, but then again, what does it matter what I think? Like, I'm almost certainly going to put Zereth Var away back in his box as soon as we're done streaming.
It's wonderful to see you again,
Like, it
my
literally...
friend, but I really wish the king would find someone else to serve as a messenger.
Look
I
at
have
this
so
guy.
many other talents that could greatly benefit Orsinium.
I just think for every funny thing that he does, he breaks immersion way more than he adds to it. Because I'm constantly thinking of how useless the companions are.
In the throne room.
And how silly the rapport system is. But then again, I'm quite a weird guy. Like, especially when it comes to MMOs, I have quite a unique take on these games. I basically don't like MMOs. I'm hostile to a lot of the ideas in MMOs, not because I think they don't work, but they do not satisfy the type of gaming that I want to... They don't provide the type of experience that I look for in a video game. I feel like they're manipulative and patronizing and lazy a lot of the time. Or they're simply doing things which I'm not interested in. And maybe the companion system is just an example of that. The reason I'm in ESO is that this game does so much less of that. There are other MMOs that I've tried and I just literally couldn't. I just couldn't. Because I was just overloaded by all of that stuff that I didn't want to see. So I just couldn't enjoy the experience. Yeah, Kev, I don't see them the same as companions from the single-player games, more like a pet. Yeah, that's valid. Or just an ability that you can slot on your bar. You know? If there was an extra 6th ability between 5 and ult, and it was very, very weak, but it was better than nothing, I'd slot it. That's what the companion is, I guess, from a functionality angle. But yeah, guys, push back a little bit. What's like everyone's favorite thing about a companion other than the ability to let them be ignored by a boss for 20 seconds? Because that one I get. What else is there? They can do funny, unintentional stuff. I'm just curious. I'm not asking anyone to convince me or anything. Just want to know what other people are getting out of this. Because some people love them. And people get attached to specific ones as well. Like I have a couple of friends of mine who were not interested in companions at all. but one of them got Isabel, the other one got Sharp as Night. Eventually, and they were like, okay, this one I really like. This one speaks to me in a way that I enjoy, and I'm just going to keep them around. Brian took saying, I use Sharp. And yeah, the Orsinium story is very different if you do it with an orc. It can be very different just depending on how you play it. Very different. Don't know if everyone knows that, but yeah, there are some very different outcomes. If you think that the way things went down the time you played through it, think again. That is not necessarily the only way, the only outcome. It's another example of Zos really swinging for it with this one. They really swung for the fences. And Brad's helping me with stuff. I can't do stuff on my own. So we're talking about a tanking. But also, Brian, I don't want to be pushy, but there's almost no way that that's true. Like, if you just changed your build, you could get 10 times better results than... You know, let's say your character is at position A with a particular build. You move to position B, which is the same build with a companion. Or you move to position C, which is upgrade the build, sort it out, make sure it does all the things you need it to, but with no companion. And then position D, which is the same as C, but with a companion. There's almost no difference between C and D. But I can see why there's a big... It feels like there's a big difference between A and B. So I'm not, like, arguing with you. That's your experience, and I completely believe it. I understand how that is true. But the flip side is that there are far more powerful tools. It's a little bit like leaving the race car in the driveway and taking a little scooter because it lets you go faster than running. You know what I mean? I hope that makes sense. And yeah, after Gamesfest, yeah, sure, any time. If you want, I'm here. If you don't want, no worries at all. I don't have the skills to create build C. I mean, you don't need to. You can talk to somebody like... I mean, you can look at content from people like Hyper, Skinny, me, obviously, 8 Puppies, and if none of us have put out a build that is quite right, you can come and talk to us. Pretty sure Hyper and I are very happy to have conversations about this stuff.
Talk some sense into them. You made an impression. Now you get it. Help the chiefs, and they'll be...
I think in the case of Skinny and 8 Puppies, they would be very happy to help individual players as well, and I'm sure they do. It's a matter of finding the time. But yeah, never be shy of asking. And it doesn't have to be a content creator, ultimately, does it? We must have 100 people in our Discord that A, have the deep knowledge of the game, B, the social skills, you know, to interact with someone and take their requests seriously and respectfully, and C, the time and generosity to help them with a specific build that ticks, you know, very particular boxes. Like, we made this one. This was very much designed for fun, right? We made this one on stream. I made it with you guys, sort of talking in my ear. And it's not a build that will ever be featured on our website or anything like that. It's just a very, very basic overland thing that's going to be fun, and that's going to be... It's not going to be super strong, but every now and again, it's going to have a very fun, explosive, direct damage component. And hopefully, I do that a few times per day. Just in running around doing this incredibly easy, not very engaging content from a combat perspective. It's all about story. The combat is obviously... If anything, it gets in the way because it's so easy. It makes you laugh, and... yeah, it's an issue that Zoss are working on, so let's not go down that rabbit hole again. But yeah, this was designed with fun in mind, and it's working. It makes me laugh and chuckle on the regular. So never be shy to ask for stuff like that. Alright, guys. Any preferences whatsoever? Where would you like to go? Morkel, Tumnosh, or Farron? Oh no, Shatul. Farron is later. That's up here, isn't it? Shatul, Tumnosh, or Morkel. Or I guess we could say Forge, Plains, Quarry. Also. LeBro, I hate to say it, but I use companions to draw the boss away for a second or two. Other than that, they make running around a little more interesting. Ember with her witty remarks comes to mind. See, there we go. I don't have Ember. This guy's made me laugh a few times. He's a lot better than the bloody Augur of the Obscure. The cat chasing the dog. Have you guys noticed this? Pure Looney Tunes. You know, and you see like a dog chasing a cat from left to right of the screen, and then it comes back the other way with the cat chasing the dog. And Brad's like, I am now, so far I have all the crafting skills, 1 skill to go. After that I can put into other skills. I see, right. And Brad's like, I'm fine with you helping, but I don't mind to wait until you're done with Gamesfest so you have time to help. I mean, it could be 20 minutes, it could be a thing we could do on stream, in voice, whatever. Happy to throw some ideas out anytime. That goes for anyone, by the way. Not just Briartog. If you want a build, I don't care what it's for. If it's for fun, if it's for overland, if it's for PvP, then I will probably bow out gracefully and say, you should talk to someone with more expertise in the area. I can absolutely make PvP builds. I've done that in the past, and generally they've been pretty close to what the real experts recommend. But when there is such fantastic knowledge out there, and again, such generous people willing to just tell you, this is working amazing for me right now, do this, this, and this, then I'll always defer PvP questions to those kind of folks. But if it's PvE, it doesn't have to be trials or dungeons. Anything. Always happy to try and help. And it doesn't have to be DPS either, by the way. I've healed and tanked plenty of trifectas as well. In fact, I play more support than I do anything else these days. So yeah, use and abuse Ninja Pulls, and especially me, for this kind of stuff. That's, to be fair, that is a heavy sack I probably wouldn't have spotted. Isn't it? Without him. I didn't even see what I got. What did I get? 10 rough ruby ash. Wow. Hold me back. So not to jump ahead, but there is a there's a story beat in this area, which the first time I played it, I immediately started daydreaming about a movie or a high budget TV show that depicts that moment. I do not want an Elder Scrolls film or TV show. I think it's a terrible idea. I think they're damn lucky they got away with it with the Fallout series. I actually think they got away with it more than anything else, personally. But I don't think I ever want them to try with Elder Scrolls. I hope Todd and whoever succeeds him holds fast on that. Anyway, let's talk.
Hey, have you seen an elf anywhere around here?
Hello, is this a Ruby Ash stream? Ultronium, hello there. It is indeed. Oh no! Tom Kuczkozak, or Kuczkozak? Marshmallow attack? Oh dear. I think I'm gonna have to find something to replace the marshmallow. We used our last one in the last marshmallow attack. Let me see if I can find something. The idea with the marshmallow attack is that I have to eat a marshmallow while talking to you guys. A giant marshmallow, like the size of a child's fist. I guess I'll just get a hunk of bread or something. I'll be right back. We got to redeem this. We got to do what chat says. So sit tight, 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
course not. That would have been too easy. This is what I get for hiring a Tuskless runt. He said he could improve efficiency in Greystone Quarry. What did we get for our trouble? First the fog, then the screams, then nothing.
Hello there.
Alright, I'm back. I found a linseed sourdough protein loaf downstairs, which is a very soft bread, and yeah, because I have to do what chat says, and Tom so graciously redeemed a marshmallow attack. Let's find something to read.
Not a word. And it smells like elf mischief to me.
Yeah, so do you guys remember this?
I'd appreciate any help you can provide. It's all because...
I believe there is actually an Investigator Vale novel somewhere around here. So maybe we can read that real quick. The marshmallow attack, the idea is... Yeah, look at that. That is some good memory. I must be not as old as I thought. So the idea with the marshmallow attack is that I shove one of these giant comedy marshmallows in my mouth, or Maya does it, depending on who you guys redeem it for. Maya's not here at the moment, so it's going to have to be me. And I attempt to read or sing or recite something from the game. So I guess I'm just going to take like half of this slice of bread and shove it in and try and read some of this very quickly. Okay, strap yourselves in. This is going to be harder than a regular marshmallow. The Ducks, Count Tamsin, investigator well proclaimed, as she rolled away from the burly noble. Tamsin, confused and disappointed, with the lithe and curvaceous private investigator was no longer on top of him, struggled onto his elbows and exclaimed, "Ducks, my sexy sleuth? This really isn't the time." Oh my god. This is horrible. Vale leapt from the bed, wrapping the silk sheet around her and leaving the Count alone and exposed. "Oh, this is the perfect time. I finally figured out what's been going on in your estate." "The mysterious deaths?" Tamsin stammered. Covering himself ineffectively with a pillow. He wasn't sure whether to get up and join her or stay in the bed. "I know I hired you to solve my problem, but I was hoping to bring another situation to a conclusion first, my dear." Woof. Alright, no more marshmallow attacks. I'm not doing that again. Doing it with bread is actually awful. Well, thanks for that, Tom. I hope you feel like the redemption was actually paid off. And speaking of paying things off, Fluff Q, that one is going to have to wait because Maya isn't here at the moment. The tickle redeem is when I tickle Maya for a minute or so, and she squeals and giggles into the microphone. It's very, very funny. Very adorable, but she's not here right now. She's gone back to work. working our ass off so that we can do this thing. And where were we? Voltronium, welcome on in. Sorry about that. That was a little bit disruptive there. Peanut butter to replace marshmallow. That's a good idea. Don't think we have any peanut butter in the house. Also, that might be a bit, lip smacky. You don't want to make mouth sounds. Hello there. One of the nice things with the marshmallow attack is that you don't really hear any chomping or smacking or like, that would be gross. I would straight up leave the stream. So if there was any of that with the bread, then I'm really sorry.
Shadows in the fog.
I think this is it. This is the one I wanted to... No, not that one. Maybe it's just inside. But there's a really cool account of what happened out here. Hey, Mike, thank you so much for the sub. Look at that. 2 out of 10 for the day. We're doing all right. If anyone else has any subs kicking around, either, yeah, feel free to throw them our way. Or, we do have a Ninja Tavern coming up. It might even be this Saturday. At which point we will deploy our... I think it's 35% off subs. Like, Twitch gives you 48 hours or something like that per year that you can reduce subs by that amount for. We already spent 12 hours on our last tavern stream. If you're wondering what a tavern stream is, it's what it sounds like. We turn the stream into a complete piss-up, and you guys can redeem shots for us to do and various other nonsense like that. We already did one as part of Ninja Ball's Gamesfest. This is day 34, and on day 36 there is a chance we will do that. Maya's working? Yeah, Mike, she is. I'm afraid. I mean, I'm working too, but it's a little bit different. Maya ate the last one prior to talk, yeah. It was actually me. I think I was the last one to have it. Maybe it was Maya, I'm not sure. But yeah, ahoy, ahoy, and thank you so much for the sub. It depends on the spanking noise. Finish your drink? Alright, Fluff, that one I can do. I've got like a pint of water on my desk. That's pretty bad timing. I just refilled it. God damn it. Alright, here we go. Oh. Alright. That was a pint of water down in one.
What are you doing down here? Don't you know that Greystone Quarry is a disaster area?
Your mum's a disaster area, mate. I'm here to find out what happened.
What happened? The High Elf. That's what happened.
You guys remember who it is?
Things were fine for a while. Rock flowed
Yeah, this is it.
At a record pace. But then we broke into a cavity and the elf insisted on exploring
I'll
it.
turn him up a little bit.
That's when the fog began to roll out of the hole.
So it's a little bit like the dwarves in the mines of Moria, right? You know, they went a little bit too deep and they woke something up. That's what these guys did. Fog comes out of the hole. Tell me about this fog.
It was fog. Thick as stew it was. Chief Ramash and huntwife Bolgar decided to enter the quarry and find out what happened to the elf and the workers. We went with them. Worst decision I ever made.
The voiceover is awesome. And the music as well. It's a really nice moment. What happened next?
We entered the fog, but we weren't alone in there. There were shadows, things in the fog. We were attacked. I saw the chief run out, covered in blood. Bolgar's still down there, looking for her daughter. Last we knew, she was with the elf.
I remember this being a written document, actually, that you read, but it's that description. Just those few words. We weren't alone in there. There were shadows, things in the fog. And the chief covered in blood. It's really cool.
Find the huntwife and her daughter, and kill as many of those things as you can. But the elf, save the elf for me.
Save the elf for me. He doesn't mean save him for me, save him for me. Like, I'm gonna fuck him up. And yeah, Guns N' Raiders, I went there. Of course I went there. Wouldn't you go there? And Mike, yeah, fish copulate in it, don't they? But that's what my dad used to say. Tell me about the things that attacked you.
Like I said, it was dark, foggy. Couldn't make out anything except shapes, shadows in the fog. Even though I couldn't see them clearly, I could hear them clanging around, skittering on sharp claws, and they moved fast, like lightning.
Very cool, very effective use of voiceover there. Good writing as well.
We just entered the cavity when I noticed the strange pipes on the walls.
Yeah, now like skittering on claws and stuff like that. You don't imagine it to be Dwemer, do you?
Are a knave and a cheek.
Alright, let's just barrel through this bit quickly. I'll do that thing where I will pause on and dwell on, you know, a particularly interesting moment. This is the first introduction of the Dwemer, of those little guys, isn't it? Why have I forgotten what it's called? Theodolites. Pretty sure that's the first time we see them, right?
I thought you were one of those damn machines. You're just lucky I've got
Orc's
the
teeth,
reflex
hell
of a
no.
snow bear.
Got a
Your
perfectly good
guts
cheese
would be
grater at
good.
home.
Is this another? I don't. He's a Shabon.
Yeah, we'll find it. Definitely a bit of a love letter to Blackreach here, isn't it? Look at that. Good stuff. Also, Guns N' Raiders, how do you know that the teeth are a problem? Like, human teeth could be a terrifying, terrifying prospect if you're thinking of like a sexual encounter, but we don't tend to think like that. Also, piercings. Naramo's journal. That's great use of lighting as well over there, the way that you see the shape of the Centurion. Just his shadow. Good point, yeah. I think we're overthinking this, as always. But yeah, I did have a friend who'd get very excited whenever he would meet an eligible lady with a tongue piercing. I'm not going to say anything else, I'm just going to leave it at that. But he was experienced in this particular area, and he was saying, yep, you never go back.
You're not one
Apparently.
of those dwarven Dwemer things. But what are you doing down here? Did you come to help me escape from this damn quarry?
The quarry was up above.
Our quarry, sure. But the dwarves carved out this quarry centuries ago.
That's
it looks
fun.
Like they started down here and were working their way
They're
up.
working their way up.
Don't ask me what they used the stone for. I don't want to think about that.
Where's the elf?
He told me to stay.
Let's find him. But the fact that it's like a plausible signs of quarryage as well. I mean, that's not really... It's not quite how it works. It's at a different scale, but, you know, it looks like quarried stone, doesn't it? It's a nice touch. should be it. Welcome on in, by the way, if you just joined us. This is Khan. You're watching Ninja Pulls. It's just me today, one half of the Ninja Pulls team. I've got a new video up on YouTube if anyone's interested, all about the Writhing Wall event. Zos did a nice big stream presentation yesterday, but as many of you have commented, in fact, even the folks at Zos had a conversation with Gina about this. There's a lot of detail, and it's kind of hard to keep it straight. Exactly what's happening and how it all fits together, how everything works. And that is part of what I've tried to do with this video. So yeah, if you're curious about it, it's not coming until the 13th of October. So you've still got like nearly 2 weeks. Got a message from Maya here. Yeah, she's having a really tough week. Just finding, she was using the phrase finding it hard to know what to look forward to. Because there are things on the horizon, things are going really well, like the stream, the Discord. This is all great. This is exactly what we want to be happening. But we were looking at the numbers for YouTube, and obviously during Gamesfest, YouTube numbers have kind of sucked. They've tanked because I haven't had the time to put all the work in, and I feel bad. We've got members on there. I need to be churning out more stuff for them as well.
Oh, what a surprise!
But it's just been impossible to keep all of those plates spinning at once. So we really do appreciate the support. It's more than just keeping the stream going and helping us pay the rent or have a little bit of pocket money each month. It goes into building well, sort of a future, and to be a little bit corny about it, kind of a dream for me and Maya, because her dream is not to do what she's doing at the moment. Let me put it that way. She's working 7 days a week some weeks, and so am I. And we are incredibly grateful on the one hand that it's going so well, and that it is growing, but on the other hand, it's sort of that question is always there: how much longer can we keep doing this? So thank you so much for the support. It, if nothing else, it helps lift Maya's spirits when she comes home and she asks me what kind of a day you've had, what kind of a day I've had. She'll look at the numbers and see that things are happening. Anyway, I'm getting a little bit profound and emotional there for a second. Never mind that. We're doing adventuring in a fantasy MMO. But thanks, guys. Really appreciate you hanging out, talking, following, subbing, all of the above, and especially those who've helped us with many, many gifted subs in September. I'm thumping my chest and raising my fist in recognition and respect. Thank you. Naramo, hello there.
Ah, so you've met them.
It's fun to see him again. They bring him back a lot, don't they?
I offered my help because I suspected that the ruins of Mizandine were down here, but I never expected such powerful defenses. This place is remarkable.
It's funny how often we run into the same characters in ESO, isn't it, in these stories? It's almost like that Kirith and her brother and Naramo, these are like, they're almost player characters. You know, adventurers who end up everywhere. You know, all the big things that are going on in their time, they end up caught up in it. I've kind of liked that idea. Plot twist, he's the evil mastermind, yeah. He's actually Shea Gorath. What have you been up to since Stroz Mackay? So here's an example of what you were talking about, right? Guns N' Raiders, you can't ask that if you haven't been there. He does have different dialogue. Like, who are you?
Ah, the Berserk ruins. That was an adventure. Since then I've been traveling, exploring. But it's good to see you again. And I could really use your help. The ruins' defenses are some of the most powerful Dwemer apparatuses.
Yeah, the Benelay family is everywhere. You're right, Sultan. Yeah, those fuckers are busy. Yeah, I guess that makes it makes kind of more sense with the Thans and the Benelays and you know, Prince Azar and these kind of things because they are, they're important people. They're big, they're sort of bigwigs in either political entities or in the Mages Guild, what have you. By the way, just look at the graphical fidelity on that bookshelf behind him. That's like some Neverwinter Nights level blocky assets there. They've done a lot with very little, but compared to how detailed and faithful the newer furnishings and assets are, that's pretty funny. It's a pretty stark contrast.
Yes, but I was referring to the fog. It was a most curious thing. As soon as we unearthed the door to this place, a heavy fog
Hey, Matt
set
Berry,
in
how's it going?
and a spider swarmed us. I know how to handle dwarven constructs. The orcs, sadly, do not.
See, I would love him to elaborate on this. What exactly did he do to handle them? Can he just, like, shock them with a spell and retreat? Or is the orcs like trying to fight them off with hands and feet? Spymate! Hello, Khan, and chat. Hello! Hello. Happy Thursday. How you doing? Hope you're all having a lovely, lovely day.
My control rod can only handle a few constructs at a time.
Your rod can only handle a few at a time? I hear you, brother. To be fair, a few at a time is pretty good going. I think he could be proud of himself, couldn't he? So this is rapidly turning into Ninja Pool's filth cast, isn't it, today? Bit sleepy. I put the other parts of the meal in boxes in the freezer. Yeah, smart. I don't know if I'm just greedy or if it was my parents' over-insistence on me eating everything that was on my plate when I was a kid. That was like a thing in our household. You had to finish what was on your plate. But I will tend to keep eating something, even if I'm full, even if I'm not especially enjoying it. It's just sort of out of habit. Maya's often saying to me, you don't have to finish it. I'm like, yeah, you're right. What am I doing? Keeping the leftovers. So I mean, hey, thank you, brother. Doing good. How are you? Bored of ESO questing yet? No, actually, because we're going so fast that we don't really have the opportunity to get bored. There are definitely been some more boring quests and NPCs for sure, but Hrothgar is one of my favorites. I dig it. It's pretty good.
Our paths cross again. Thank the eight. Isn't it? Think of the device as a gigantic.
Yeah, well, correct orientation. Trial and error. Thanks for that. Can we ask him how he got past the constructs?
This is one of them. We had a mutually beneficial. I suspected as much.
Yeah, that dialogue is actually pretty funny. Because he's a genuine scientist, but because he's an elf, and because he's a nerd, he's a dork. He gets caught up in the details of what's going on. He doesn't think so much about life and limb. Which, if you're playing a video game and you encounter that character, that's kind of funny. A lot of scientist characters, like a lot of the Half-Life stuff, is a little bit like that, right? They're just experimenting for the fuck of it and messing around with things they shouldn't. But yeah, if you were an NPC alongside this guy, and if you knew someone who was actually like that, you wouldn't want to be anywhere near them, like ever. Rod's like, oh no, I can't do it anymore since the gastric bypass without getting some really painful side effects. Well, it's good to stop when you're full. Like, that is... you guys are going to have to bear with me here. I do not remember exactly what we need to do here. Oh, no, I think I do.
Let us fight.
So every time I light attack something, Zereth just gets fucking hard, basically. Chill out, man. Listen to him. Let us fight. So this one moves 2, doesn't it? And this one moves just 1? Or does it that move 2 as well? Yeah, it moves 2. Alright.
May your spirit know peace. I am with you, Tummy.
And which one does this do? Oh, they all move 2. Okay, I'd forgotten about that. So yeah, it's plainly trial and error, isn't it? But yeah, thanks, Spy Mate. Yeah, having a pretty good day. It's a pretty chill one, as you can see. Story nonsense. The wind up on these is a little bit annoying, I gotta say. They take quite a while to reset each time. That would be a little more interesting. So we just need him to be in the opposite. And this one moves both of those. This one moves top and bottom. Oh, thanks for the hydrate. I hated this bit when I played it for the first time. It is a bit of a progress barrier, isn't it? It's not a puzzle which is very easy to work out in your head. And that's why I think it's important they put the NPC there saying, trial and error. It's not great puzzle design. It's very cool visual design. But if there was a way, an easier way, like a labeling on these things to show you which lenses they're moving, that would be handy.
Make this swift. Dadna exavija.
Yeah, so these two are set up. That's all good. Is that now correct? Are they all in alignment? I think they are, right? So if I just move them all one by one. We should eventually get there.
Silence at last. Pray for mercy.
But yeah, what did you guys make of the Writhing Wall stuff yesterday? You into it? Not so much. Is anyone more excited than they were? A bit less excited? I'm actually pretty curious. We've had such a crazy range of reactions to the whole thing. No idea yet. Yeah, I think a lot of people are saying that, Bradtog. And that's fair enough. One of the most surprising things, like I said, was the sheer level of people who are paying attention to the game. They play the game. You know, ESO is their game in many ways, but they have absolutely no idea what this event is or what it's going to entail. And that's been a little bit disappointing to me to see. I think there's been a lot of that in 2025. I think ZOS need to, or they could help themselves a lot by looking at their methods of communication. Just there have been a lot of things which weren't clear to people. To to the game's detriment. You know, people thinking that the content pass was way more expensive than previous years. Zos would probably say in response, we did make that clear. We made it very clear that it's the same amount of money, pretty much. Slightly more for slightly more. But players just did not get that impression. I'm sorry, if you're in... I've worked in sales. One of my first jobs was as a... as part of a sales team and a management consultancy, and yeah, I mean, I guess especially in volume sales, but in marketing as well, if your customers don't understand the product, it's not because you can't hide behind like, oh, they're stupid or they weren't paying attention. You have to make it impossible for them not to understand. Does that make sense? What about you guys, like Dark Metal? Have you got any greater level of interest? I'm also trying to like talk about anything else while I pass the time here. So I was wondering if you absolutely have to do the Western Zone story to access Eastern. No. There'll just be a hole in the wall. And you can do it. I think to shoot down the wall completely, you do need to do it. But I think there's going to be a hole in the wall that you can travel through either way. But yeah, the fact that I don't even know that for sure. I'm like 95% sure. Rather than 100. And part of the reason is, and I said this on the Content Creator Discord, I rely on testing. Like, if a new mythic looks good, I will not make a video on it. I might post on Discord about it or talk about it on stream, but I certainly won't make any kind of guide or comments until I've tested it.
What are they thinking?
So 2 out of 3, and this one's just in the opposite place. So if we give this one half a cycle, and the other's a whole cycle, that should work, right? Okay, so that's one more click away.
May your bones serve better.
Oh, Darkman, I was asking if you saw the reveal yesterday, the preview live stream about the Writhing Wall, whether it's got you less excited, more excited. We had a bunch of people come in and join the stream saying, oh my god, what is this? This looks so cool, and they literally don't seem to have heard about it. That's gotta suck. For the developers to see that. The people don't even know this is happening. Subtleton. I tend not to trust wholeheartedly what people say until I've seen it or tested it myself either. Yeah. ESO misinfo do be easily spread. Yeah. Ain't that the truth? And it's not even that, like a mistrust of others. You're absolutely right, but it's also that I don't want to be part of spreading that misinformation, you know? Because it can be a problem, as we've said. And we're back in exactly the same position. I think I've got it. It's just going to take a while. And Dark Metal, to be honest, I haven't watched it. I saw your video and it made me cautiously optimistic. I think it'll be fun. I think it's going to be... Phases 1 and 2 are not going to be that exciting. They will feel much more like a standard... you know, like a celebration event. You know, those ones that we get. And we've got one coming up for the Daedric War celebration. Are we there yet? I can't quite tell. Are they now all in alignment? Looks like it, right? I really wonder if it'll take more than a week to destroy the wall. No, it'll take an hour. Probably not even that. I think it'll take half an hour. Once the phase 3 is open, it'll be the event will be over within 30 minutes. But the writhing fortress then remains open. If that makes sense.
They left us no choice.
No, this ain't right, because the top one there is only 2 clicks away.
Pray for mercy.
Oh no, I've messed it up, haven't I? God damn it. No, I did get it right. Thank God for that.
This should allow
I was worried I'd clicked the wrong thing and I was going to have to rotate them all one more time. But yeah, it's mostly trial and error. You can't really use your head to give you much of a head start, or at least I can't. But yeah, there we go. But yeah, Subtleton, that is a good attitude. I tend not to trust wholeheartedly what other people say about something until I've seen it or tested it myself. That is, it's unfortunate that we have to approach the game and its community in that way, because the vast majority of misinformation is not malicious at all. You know, it is exactly what it is, misinformation, not disinformation. But there is some, which is disinformation. People knowingly giving bad advice and not caring. But yeah, the majority of it is not that. Absolutely. Is this not similar to the totem puzzle in Balsanar? It is, I guess. But the difference with the totem... Yeah, that's a very good call. It's exactly the same. With the totem puzzle, it's a little bit more easy to read at a glance what needs to happen next and then sort of use your head. It's quite difficult to remember this one moves top and bottom, this one moves bottom and middle, this one moves top and middle, or whatever. It's literally the other way around, but you know what I mean. And then it's also difficult to see if you were looking at this thing top down or bottom up. It's much easier to see where everything is and how far they need to go. Maybe that's me, but I found it not that easy to... It's just not ideal puzzle design. ESO has a mixed history, I think, with puzzles. Rich Lambert, not a fan. He thinks that puzzles like this are bad because they falsely like halt your progress, and they can very easily be frustrating if it doesn't immediately make sense.
I never imagined the control mechanism would fit inside so small a space. It will take me some time to master this device, but with it, I'm sure I can suppress the outer defenses and return the quarry to a relatively safe state.
What might be more fun is if you... I don't know. What do you guys think about this? If Naramo was in the middle and he was like tracking, oh, you need to move this one, then that one, then the one over here, but there are like Dwemer coming out of the walls and attacking you, and you have seconds to act on what he's saying. That might be more fun. And then if you fail, you'll try it again, and you'll get an extra couple of seconds for each action. So it'll get easier and easier until eventually anyone will be able to do it. Maybe that would have been a better way to do it rather than a puzzle. But yeah, very, very easy to say after the fact. And it's hard to tell, right? With video games, we often think something will be more fun, and then a developer who's actually tried it and seen it QA tested will say, "Nuh-uh, we did that. It sucked. Players hated it." So one of the things we keep coming back to on this channel is this principle that, and this is quite well known, I think, in game development circles, that if your players, if your community doesn't like something, as a game developer, you should immediately take that seriously. However, you should not pay any attention at all to what they say the problem is or how they should fix it. Isn't that interesting? No, I was right the first time. I think this is the way. Because the players, whilst they are good, you know, if they report there is a problem, that is accurate. There is a problem. There is an issue. But their diagnosis of the problem is almost always wrong. We can't be trusted when it comes to this specifically, because we are the ones who experience the game, and as such we have this mistaken perception that, well, we know what's going on. We were there. I was there. I played it. But did you play it analytically? No, you just played it experientially, and it leads to an overconfidence in giving feedback, which is often bad or just wrong.
You have a question?
Credit to the French psychologist Celia Hodent for giving various talks on this principle. She's the one. She worked with Epic on Fortnite. Can you think of a more perfectly designed game in terms of manipulative gameplay psychology and user experience? And I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean that, you know, they deployed these things to make the game fun, compelling, compulsive, maybe you could say. And yeah, it's a thing that all games want to do to some degree. MMOs, live service games, most obviously. But the fact that she says this is like a guiding principle. Even when QA testers tell you this is the reason your game isn't fun, don't believe them. Like, listen, but don't believe that they know what they're talking about. They're usually wrong. I thought it was really interesting. And Dark Metal, on the one side, a bit of a shame with the Writhing War that it's a one-time only event. It would be nice to be able to somehow replay it on new characters. Well, it's the whole thing is up there, so anyone who wants to replay it will be able to. Part of me suspects that in a couple of years, they will do a celebration of the Worm Cult celebration, you know? And the Writhing Fortress will be available again, somehow. Maybe there'll be some sort of a flashback. I was there, let me tell you, you know? And you can replay it even on characters who've already done it. But I kind of hope not. I hope they stick to their guns. I wish they would do that more often. I wish they would make these early decisions and, like, stick with them. Hey, we're going to have all these Indrix and collectibles and stuff from event tickets, and we will never make them available ever again. If you don't follow the event, tough titties. You're not going to be able to get the collectible in future. So if you're on holiday or whatever, I'm sorry, take a laptop with you or you know, find a way to get it done. Otherwise, yeah, it's your SOL. And they did that for years, and then they completely backtracked on it because a few players, there was some people crying on the forums, I want this, and so they changed their approach in the name of accessibility. Things like this that my character has right now, the Worm Wizard personality, completing Fang Lair trifecta these days, let alone the Challenger, is it's I think calling it a Challenger achievement after we've had this much power creep is laughable. And I'm not saying it should be harder. I don't care. But it was originally designed to be extremely difficult. And because of power creep now, it's available to pretty much anyone who wants it. You just walk in and you get it. And this personality, not only are they very easy to get now, but the newer dungeons don't have anything like that. There's very little cool stuff you can get from doing challenging things in the game. That is a design ethos they used to have, but they abandoned it. Why? Did they think they were wrong in the first place? Or did they just think they can't be bothered reading all these comments on the forums month after month? Do you know what I mean? It sort of begs the question. If it was a change of leadership, right, the previous creative director thought this, now that I'm in charge, we're going to do things a little bit differently. That's different, then that's fine. But, you know, flip-flopping between one design ethos and another isn't a good look. Don't let the fans dictate your game or your movie or your book or content or anything. Never make a Star Wars film based on what Star Wars fans say they want. It would be an awful thing, and no one would be happy. Make a film that is good. That's basically all you need. And then just ignore the people who are being idiots on the internet. It's your film, not theirs. I would say to Zos, it is your game, not ours. So yeah, that's me going off on a little bit of a tangent. But yeah, I think they should make it a one and done thing. They've said it enough times. I'll honestly be disappointed now if they don't stick to it. And there's almost nothing that... There's almost nothing that you can't get from... from just the base game.
Don't be alarmed. I bring a gift. These constructs can work your
all the orcs going into like karate stance.
Damn you, elf. I should kill you where you stand.
What did I say? Please, my friend, make her see reason.
How many orcs died here? Did anyone actually die? I don't think we've seen anyone dead, have we?
He got half my workers killed.
And hey, Foxy Loxy, how's it going?
Well? The elf's blood price is steep, and he's going to pay it very slowly.
But yeah, Dark Metal, I understand it. It's a bit of a shame if it's a one-time thing. Yeah. But yeah, I can't wait, Dark Metal. The more I get to know about it, the more I want to play it. Yeah, I think that's been true for me as well. I have made my little complaints, and it sounds like Zos have made it more difficult, whether that's due to just my feedback. I literally haven't seen anyone else offering feedback on the Writhing Fortress, and that's made me sad. Interest in the event is not that high. They haven't trumpeted it. I think it took them a while to finish it, so they weren't able to talk to us about it way in advance because it wasn't done. They didn't know exactly maybe how all the pieces were going to fit together because they were still figuring things out. It's a new thing for them.
Greystone Quarry belongs to Clan Tumnosh. It should be worked by Clan Tumnosh, not those metal monsters. With orc sweat and orc muscle. We dishonor ourselves and our ancestors if we sat
What should we do?
Machines do all the work for us. It figures that an elf would come up with such a disgraceful and
Why not take the constructs as your blood price and use them till you regain your strength? Or what if Narama takes them to Orsinium and never returns here? I feel like that's the sensible choice. Like tradition and everything, cultural identity, yeah man, I'm down. Live it. Be it, but don't let it hold you back. Don't make stupid decisions that are worse, that make your life worse, you know? And your community, based on some sort of misguided sense of heritage. Fuck that. I think I'm going to go with this one, right? Take the constructs as your blood price.
Their worth is considerable, and we'd be able to keep our quotas as we build back up. You're right. Thank you for letting me see beyond my rage.
But she was easy to persuade. Talk about pushover. But yeah, Foxy Loxy, hello there, and hey chat, how's it going? And Guns N' Raiders, if there was only one thing you were allowed to revert back or bring back to ISO, what would you want? And that's pretty easy. I think it's update 35. Now, what exactly do I mean by that? You can't unravel all of the changes we've had over, what is it now, 12 more patches since then? It's been 3 years since update 35, so... yeah, we can't exactly just snap our fingers and undo that one thing. But yeah, I think it would be that. And it wasn't because it was a disastrous patch. But they had a plan with it. The plan, as far as I could tell, didn't seem to be fully baked. So there were some misdiagnoses in there about where... their objective with Update 35, for those who don't remember, or who weren't here, very, very simple. This is like 3 years ago now, crazy. They just wanted to shrink the gap between, specifically in DPS, the gap between the topmost DPS in the game, you know, an organized group with very experienced players, very optimized. They wanted to shrink the gap between them and a more casual knockabout group, which is how a lot of players experience the game, right? Not everyone has the inclination to join a community and have to interact with others socially in order to set up and optimize and agree upon their strategy. Not everyone wants to do that. I think players who want to get into trials, they should probably just submit themselves a little bit to that process, because the gains are incalculable. Like, it is an enormous waste of time to continue with non-organized groups or pugs, in my opinion. They could be a lot of fun, and I'm glad they exist, but I think the norm in the heads of most players ought to be running with a guild. And when I say organized, I don't mean tightly organized, or where you have to run this or that build. No, no, no. Just that the support sets, at least, are agreed upon and things like that. But there's this huge gap. There still is. Zos wanted to fix it. Great idea. But unfortunately, the diagnosis was wrong, so the things that they were changing would make the gap bigger. The community went crazy. I was like, no, 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 you need to fix this. And to their credit, they did a massive U-turn in week 3, but that meant only 2 weeks of PTS remained. And they made the decision, instead of scrapping the update completely and just making it a dungeon DLC release, they went through with like a half-baked version of some of the changes in the name of accessibility, and it's created the situation we have now with boring rotations. Arcanist is just the #1 top spot. It's like unassailably powerful at the top there, and many people have talked about this. This is not an original idea of mine. But yeah, rolling back update 35. If we could go back in time and not do it. Not taking us back to update 34 gameplay necessarily. Does that make sense, Guns N' Raiders? It would either be that, or I would roll back subclassing and say, let it cook for a year. Great idea. I was wrong to be skeptical of subclassing. It's actually a really fun idea, but the way you've released it has too many drawbacks, which are not inherent. You know, these drawbacks aren't necessarily inherent to the idea. You can totally do this thing, but again, not an original idea. Loads of people have talked about this. I've been talking about it since day 1 of PTS, I think, of update 46 PTS. So yeah, one of those two. What about you guys? One thing that you could undo or revert in ESO. So this is specifically the way things were once upon a time. It may have been a couple of patches ago, may have been 8 years ago, who knows? That's what Guns N' Raiders is asking. Stilton could be a fun dungeon mechanic, yeah, with the having to obey the NPC's commands. You need to play it underneath, calling instead of Naramo. Yeah, that's a good idea. That is a good idea. Would be hard for pugs. Yeah, communication required seems to go against the ESO philosophy. Yeah, well, you say that, but look at Black Gem Foundry hard mode. That seems almost unpuggable to me. I mean, most DLC hard modes, you don't pug those anyway. That's crazy. But, also, Lucent Citadel? The second boss in Lucent Citadel? The Orphic Shattered Shard? Even on normal, let alone on vet or hard mode, you really need to be coordinated. Everyone has to know what their job is. And pugs just can't do it. I've heard horror stories from people saying, never try to pug this. It is an enormous waste of time. It'll take far too long and it just won't work. Oh, we need to talk to the chief. I thought we weren't quite done. And I've heard the opposite, the exception which proves the rule of people saying, hey, I was able to pug this once. You know? So it is possible, in italics, but not recommended. But yeah, I think I agree generally. Isn't their philosophy is to make it, to make communication absolutely an absolute necessity. Yeah, because it kind of forces people onto Discord. We know there are a lot of people who don't want to do that. The game doesn't have its own built-in chat function. So yeah, can be tricky. Dark Metal, who knows? Maybe they'll return it somewhat somehow, yeah. And yeah, you agree. Persuade the lady. Briar Talk, I like to be in guilds, but at times communication can be hard if I'm upset or something like that. Yes, Dania, just subclassing. Yeah, there we go. Briar Talk, not looked into subclassing yet. Oh, well, there we go. There's an immediate source of... it is a bit of a grind. But provided you just identify a handful of skill lines that you will want to begin with, you can level the rest as they come, you know? But yeah, there's an immediate source of power and survivability for you. And I'm talking at the same time. Not damage or survivability, but both at the same time. That's the crazy thing. That's what Zos keep giving us in the form of hybridization, the Arcanist, Mythics, CP 2.0, subclassing, what's it called? Scribing, even. It's not just vertical power they're giving us, it's lateral as well. It's crazy. It's crazy how generous they've been. And to think they get so much of a backlash. Hey, Moose. Moose in the hoose, ladies and gentlemen. How's it going? Or maybe you've been here for a while and just didn't say anything, but welcome on in. Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday, everyone. Welcome to Ninja Pulls. This is Khan. Just me flying solo today. Oh, I'm getting a call from my dad. Give me a moment. Hey. Right, sorry folks. 3 guesses what my father was calling me about. What type of call that was. 3 guesses, go. I was in the middle of welcoming everyone to the stream. Happy Thursday, and hope you've had a good week. Welcome to Ninja Pulls. It is just me, Khan, flying solo today. Computer problems, internet problems, dog pregnant, family dinner. IT support, yeah, IT support, exactly. You guys have got it. Lots of you have got it. My dad is an absolutely lovely fellow, but he does not call me very often. And to be fair, I don't call him very often either. I usually, most of my phone conversations with my dad are conducted via a call with my mum. You know, I'll be talking to her and he'll like wander past in the background and go, hey, or I'll send him a gif of something Monty Python related. You know, that kind of shit.
Did you really meet Isgramor himself?
Yeah, I really met Isgramor himself. Did I? When? I guess that was the Rift storyline. Alright, Bright Dog, off for a nap. Have a lovely one. And where were we? Gilly Chans. And I wouldn't mind rolling back of subclassing. It's nice, but I still prefer one class on a few of my characters just because I do need skills from all 3 classes on a few of them. I see what you mean. I mean, there are ways to get whatever you need from subclassing, obviously. But I wouldn't mind rolling back either. I think we can't put the genie back in the bottle. Let's be clear. We cannot possibly take subclassing away now that it is out. There's no way the devs would do that. There's no way the players would want that. But, yeah, as a sort of an academic, as a thought experiment that Guns and Raiders posed. I think that's a reasonable answer. Yeah, Dark Metal, in my opinion, subclassing wasn't needed. Oh, of course it wasn't. Absolutely not. Especially with scribing, they should have expanded that, maybe. Yeah, I don't think anyone... Is there... Actually, no, what am I talking about? Of course, there are people claiming that subclassing was quote-unquote needed. It wasn't. Oh, no, man, I'm now getting a delivery at the door. Give me a moment. It's all happening here today. Alright, he didn't need a signature or anything. We're good. We're good.
I know you. You're one of those outsiders that Kurog brought to our land. I heard you've done some amazing feats, but I'd rather you didn't linger in my stronghold.
Oh, I like his style. He's like, we don't take kindly to outsiders around here. But, you know, he's praising us. He's being complimentary, but please don't hang around. Alatarl, yeah, of Pug VLC, you only need to assign gate cheat before you pull, and people actually do it. I'll believe it when I see it. No, I think 9 out of 10 responses to the pugging VLC question are like, oh my god, don't do it. But yeah, of course it's possible. Anything is possible. And if you get 12 people who've all pugged it multiple times and who know what the drill is, yeah, you can do it. My point is, why roll the dice at all? It's like going to the restaurant and saying, I can get the steak for £10. I know it will be deliciously cooked, maybe not perfect every time, but it's going to be pretty close. Or I can pay £10 and get a complete crapshoot of food, none of which is going to be comparable to the steak in terms of quality, speed of delivery, or deliciousness. You know, that is what the decision to pug trials is like to me. And ask anyone who's made the jump from pugging regularly, which is what I used to do. We all used to do it. But everyone who makes the jump to join a guild or several guilds, some are more chill than others, some just spam trials every night of the week, and it's a bit like pugs. Honestly, it's not that different. Some do much more organized stuff. It's like a group of friends. You get to know people over the long term, which makes things even more reliable and fun. And that, you know, that's at the very opposite end of things. But you never hear people saying, oh man, once I made the jump from guild runs back to pugs, I never looked back. It's like, it just, yeah. It really surprises me that the pug scene is as lively as it is. I think people kid themselves that there's a lot of hassle or drama or something bad about joining a guild that they can't be bothered with. Maybe more, it's just they don't know where to begin. There are so many guilds. How do you know which ones are good? You don't. I get that. And I say this as someone who didn't know the first thing about the guild system or how to approach it for a long time.
I can't deal with anything else. I wonder, does King Kurog
and Gilly Chan saying, I do wish they'd redo the change to refreshing path so it does damage again.
I'd definitely listen to him.
Why don't you use the other morph? Why do you want a... because we already have a damage morph. Wouldn't you just use Twisting Path instead? Or do you want it to do healing and damage specifically? Interesting. That's a very specific one, Gilly. And Zenyo, obviously subclassing is perfectly fine in and of itself, yeah. But as it is now, it's just kind of removed the need for classes. How to explain it, I don't know. No, Zenyo, you're tapping into something we're all very familiar with. Absolutely right. Put Dad on speaker, yeah. Dark Metal just saying hi. No, I don't think my dad would do that, sadly. Hey, Not Pure, hello. We just got a raid on YouTube, guys. Give it up for Not Pure. I'll tell you what, can we get a round of cans just to welcome in Not Pure? You'll hear it on YouTube. And that's Twitch's way of saying hello. Brad, so yeah, I chat with Dad on because phone is not as easy as he's deaf. Ah, I see. Yeah, my dad doesn't have anything like that. Certainly not yet. Yeah, we met at Isgrim of Soul. Thanks, Salatariel. Appreciate it. So, Not Pure and... Ah, look at that. Not Pure. I hope you're listening. I hope all of you guys can hear this. Everyone who just raided in on YouTube, thank you so much. YouTube is a much quieter place for us, but there we go. Twitch says hello, in no uncertain terms, via the medium of Captain Kirk. So welcome on in.
Hello there.
Hello there. My name is Khan, you're watching Ninja Pulls, and yeah, we're doing very chill streaming at the moment. We're doing a thing throughout September. We called it Ninja Pulls Gamesfest, where we try to redo, or do for the first time, all the stories in ESO. We're in the middle of the Orsinium one right now, and we also do a bonus game every day. But we are very much ESO people. We run a teaching guild. When I say we, I'm talking about me and Maya, my wife. She's the co-host on this here channel. Twitch is kind of her thing, or it used to be. She runs the Discord, I run the YouTube. Between us, we do quite a lot of stuff. We organize big raid trains for the ESO community. We work with the devs to put these things together. We work with Bethesda to put them together as well. 10Fest, ESO 10Fest, that was us. We're working on another raid train right now, which is going to run throughout the Writhing Wall event, or the first couple of weeks of it. And that's going to be huge. So yeah. Welcome on in, and thank you very much for your support, Not Pure. What kind of day have you been having? And yeah, Dark Metal, yeah, that was it. The Rift, right? One of those days. Not exactly a busy day. I'm just sitting here and getting interrupted, right? But Gilly-chan said, yeah, I used to use Refreshing Path because it did both. So I could use it when I did random dungeons with others, could heal and do damage. I get that. Knowing that you're doing both, regardless of where the fight is headed. But it's the kind of AoE that people aren't going to stay in anyway. Zdenya, yeah, I mean, I'm not in any way a hardcore ESO player. I don't know. I think you are. Well, I play a lot, but I'm playing a lot on my own. Yeah, exactly. Did tunes in all classes. Nowadays, there's really no use playing anything else than my main. Sometimes I just play my Dragon Knight tank and Warden Healer just to learn the basics around it. So all in all, for me, subclassing removed a lot of fun. Yeah, for players like me also. You know, I have literally 20 characters. And they all had a purpose. Now, I can literally do anything on one character. Like, literally anything. I could just grab my Nightblade or my Arcanist, and there's nothing I cannot do aside from very specific setups that a raid lead might want me to run. You know, if they say, no, I want you on Winter's Embrace plus Earthen Heart plus Gravelord on an off-tank. I need you on that specific thing. Well, my Arcanist, my Nightblade, they can't do that. But outside of those very specific situations, I can literally do the whole game on just one character. And I know for some people that's a huge win, but for a lot of people, it is not. It is exactly the opposite. And yeah, I think it's okay to recognize that. I don't put my needs or my preferences above those of everyone else.
Children. Never have them.
What a greeting. Children. Never have them. What?
The king insisted on a Morkel daughter for his forge wife. But then he decided to pass over my eldest. Now Ashika wants to prove him a fool for marrying her little sister.
Yeah, Xenia, so I'm with you on this. I get that. And you're not arguing that they should remove it because you have this issue. That's an important distinction. But But yeah, you're just saying... So all in all, for me, subclassing removed, a lot of fun. On the other hand, it is still possible to run pure class. I just really think they need to fix that so pure class is fine. You know what? I think the way around this might be... It's not the pure class thing, but at least part of what you're talking about is the class sets. Now, surely... I love this quest, by the way. This is really cool. Morkel Descent is cool as fuck. I mean, the Morkel Stronghold generally... It sounds like an evil place from Lord of the Rings, but it is wicked. Look at this. If you could, like, do a free camera around here and fly through and around this area, it is really cool. They built a really, really awesome space here. And because it's not really a quest hub, we just kind of get in and get out. I don't think it gets enough credit for how cool it is. The triple chimney on the forge. It's awesome. The design of these orc strongholds they took from Skyrim is also really fun and interesting. That wraparound effect, yeah, very good. But one of the solutions is to lean into class sets, which have been so underwhelming for the most part. I know Pyrebrand can be pretty good in PvP, very good if used correctly. Corpse Buster, and to some extent, Nobility and Decay, also pretty decent. What else? I've seen Monolith of Storms used. Yeah, it's not amazing, but it kind of works. But yeah, for the most part, they're pretty underwhelming. I'm really hoping that is an area Zos have their eye on. Maybe after they've got these new things out of the way for 2026. You know, with regard to whatever they're supposed to be doing for subclassing and fixing that for the long term, making that a little bit more balanced and inclusive and yeah, fairer to pure classes, all of those concerns. If they can address them, whether it's all in one go or whether they do it patch by patch, I really hope they don't take too long and that we'll get the chance to look at class sets as well. It's a great tool they can bring to bear in terms of transporting the game into a new place in terms of combat. Why is this person going around murdering Echater? Seems mean. Seems unnecessary. Underwhelming. What a nice understatement for most of the Infinite Archive sets. Yeah. Well, they are. It's not like the idea is stupid or that the set is literally useless. It's just like, why would you ever run that? I think it's fair, but yeah. And Gilly, hope you have a nice coffee with your parents. Leave the stream open while I'm in the living room. Awesome. Alatariel, problem is that strong options become stronger by removing, e.g., healer skills and arcanists. The scaling is out of hand. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Agreed. You're not wrong. Xenia, and I really do like my Sork. Yeah, I noticed. You're not the only one. People love Sork. People love Mag Sork, Stam Sork, Magpla, Magblade, Stamblade, MagDK, which are the ones that people get really attached to. I think those are the main ones. Some people love Arcanist as well. Tomorrow we get Poisons, goody. I mean, it's not the worst, but I really thought that during... I guess with the Golden Pursuits they thought it was okay. But I thought, come on, this is the start of like a big event. I thought they would do something a bit more crazy with October. You know, this is the first time they've ever had an event like this. And it's... the rewards are fine. You know, it's free stuff. But come on. Useless. At least there's no crown refreshing drink, is there? But these are pretty much useless as well. I mean, look how many of them I have. Enchantments are better than poisons most of the time, so... yeah. Disappointing. A missed opportunity. I don't think it particularly matters, but, you know, put something really cool in there for, like, I don't know, day 28. Something really cool. They could do it. Kamul, hello! Give it up for Kamul, everyone. And if you don't know who he is, do yourself a favor and find out. This is a super chill... oh, lovely guy for a start. Let's start with that. I happen to have met him, so I know I speak the truth. But also an excellent ESO streamer. Does his own unique brand of PvP. In that he builds around Lord of the Rings characters and themes. Literally builds around. So like the sets that are used, the abilities and whatnot. It's a lot of fun. And he just hosts a very nice, chill community. So even if you're not into PvP, in fact, maybe especially if you're not that into PvP in this game, you don't do a lot of it. Give Kamul a little follow there and check him out next time he's live. I don't think you'll regret it. It's not possible. I've said it again. We're pretty much spoiled, aren't we, with the streamers we have around here. I know that sounds an incredibly self-serving thing to say because I'm among that group, but you know, if we remove Ninja Pulls from the equation for a moment, and I don't just mean the streamers actually. I'll say it, the viewers as well. The community around this game is really terrific. I think Zos are aware of this actually. To an extent. But they don't do much to tell play. There are so many players who don't come to Twitch. And I feel like Zos could do more in the way of drops or articles talking about, hey man. And again, self-serving. But even if I were just a player and not a streamer, I think I would still think this. That this is something special. It's a feather in the cap of the Elder Scrolls Online, and they could probably do more to make it clear. Yeah, sure, there are parents, busy working people. They don't have time to hang out on Twitch, necessarily. That's the thing, I get it. But there's also a real sense that people don't know what they're missing. So anyway, that's my way of saying hello to Kamul and going off on one bit of a tangent there. But yeah, I agree. Daily rewards, always pretty underwhelming. But don't you think particularly this month... Why am I hiding offline? Anyway. Don't you think in particular this month they could be a little bit more... exciting? You know, we got two very cool Twitch drops coming on the 13th. We got some very cool golden pursuits. There's a free mount and a free pet in both the Twitch drops, and another free mount and free pet in the golden pursuits. So it is a pretty big month. I'm guessing that's why they haven't done anything. But I don't know, something cool. Maybe some like chest piece. Actually, that would have been a cool one. Just a few cosmetics. Like 14, 21 and 28 days for the month. 3 cosmetics that go together. I don't know. I honestly think they should do this. How many weapon styles are there? If you were to do the 3 2Hs, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You could easily do a different weapon style and put them at the end of each month for a year. And then maybe a couple of hats or something. I don't know. Or a variant. You know, maybe there are 2 different, slightly different shields or staves or something. And just put that on the... They don't like putting stuff on the last day, but maybe 3 weeks or 4 weeks. So the people who are logging in most days would get it. That couldn't hurt. It really couldn't hurt, could it? And that is an investment for an entire year. I don't know. Maybe they've looked at these and see people logging and grabbing it and then logging straight out. Maybe they don't want to encourage that kind of interaction with their game. But anyway, going back to what Xenia was saying, love my Sork, but I guess that's just because it got to be my main when I started, and I really don't want to do it again all over. Again, the subclassing is awesome as an idea. When it becomes pretty much the norm, that's not a good take. Somewhere along the line, I'm sure this will be fixed. It's just annoying to wait. I agree. It's a shame to have to wait. Stuttleton, have you done the Orzorga questline? Not yet. I've done it on a couple of other characters, but I haven't done it on this character yet. So this is not my main. This is one of my... It was, until today, it was my least quested character. She hadn't done anything. That's why we picked her. I think she was only one of 2 characters that hadn't done a damn thing, other than a few dungeon quests. Because, you know, in order to play through everything, I wanted a character that hadn't done any of it. Not even the Cold Harbor tutorial. She hadn't done any of that. Sijic, and that was it. And a few dungeons. Because she was my necro healer for a long time. She's DPS these days. Or healer if I need one. Stuttleton, it doesn't actually take very long. You might kick yourself. You could do it in a couple of hours, easy, probably in like an hour. And I don't think you need to be... Tell you what, when I get this quest done, she's literally up here. I think she's just up here. Or Zorga, I don't think you need to have done anything. I could be wrong about that. But I think you just walk up to her and start the quest. Maybe you have to do some of the Orsinium stuff first. I do not remember. Apologies. If anyone does remember, then let me know. Kamal, you're so right. Having a good connection between content creation, players, and the game is very important, right? Yeah. I don't think that's a controversial thing, does it? Not exactly a hot take. It's not even a warm take. So yeah, it can help grow in the game tremendously. And providing a stronger sense of, fine, I'll throw Zos a little bit of trust. Like, at the moment, you know, everyone is a little bit impatient for them to do X, Y, and Z, and some of us are going, fuck this, and leaving the game and go to play something else. Even some streamers are doing that, and that's their decision, none of my business. Other players are just doing what we're doing, and we're sticking around and we're sort of talking about it, and like Xenia said, I wish I didn't have to wait, TBH. And, yeah, that is a factor that can help.
Who are you? It doesn't matter.
No better salesman than enthusiastic content creators for your game. Yeah, it's a take, all right.
That's why you're here, isn't it?
Alatariel, yeah, underwhelming, exactly. And Moose, checked out the wall event video earlier, and I might have just missed it, but how do you get the 3 daily gold? Assume gold coffers other different dailies? Yes, so maybe that wasn't clear. Let's take a moment, actually. I sent this to Maya. I will post a version on the Chord of Dis a little bit later. Let me just show you guys. Right, so here we go. This is the graphic I made for the video. This is literally just a screenshot from the video. So a little bit poor man's, but whatever, you get the idea. So the top stuff is for everyone. So intro quest, you don't need the content pass to do any of this stuff here in the upper half. Maybe I could have color-coded it, but I think that's fair enough. So yeah, the intro quest will take you to Sturk, or if you have the content pass, it will take you to Solstice and the main camp there. And then I even give you the names of the 3 NPCs that give you these quests. The Delves and public dungeons are kind of tied to the Vitrified Souls dailies. That's where you will be sent to go and do those quests, but you don't have to. As I say in the video, to gather Vitrified Souls and charge the Meridian Lens, you can kill any Cold Harbor Daedra and kill any Worm Cult NPC as well, and it should work. I didn't actually know this until Zos told us. This is not the kind of thing you can tell on PTS, right? I always just went to the delve in question, and when it didn't work, I DM'd Zos and said, this is busted. Most of them worked fine. A couple of them didn't. Same with the supply dailies. These are what, oh, you need bear pelts from Auridon, or you need undead essence from Northern Elsewhere, or whatever. So it'll send you around to collect these things. And yeah, these will be from 3 different NPCs. And this one, I think there are 6 different ones you can do every day. And with supply, there are 4 different ones you can do every day. Vitrified Souls is just 1. But there are like 10 different types. Or whatever, maybe more than that. And then when Phase 2 arrives, this is unchanged. Crafting and supply will double. So instead of 6, there'll be 12 crafting dailies you can do. And 8 supply dailies. So the golden coffer, I guess, again, they haven't said this outright, but it must be, right? The first time you do a Vitrified Soul daily, you get a golden coffer per day. Crafting daily, golden coffer. Supply daily, golden coffer. Siege camp daily, I don't know what happens with that. This is only content pass, people. But yeah, any questions about this while I have it up on screen? I did get confirmation. I've DM'd Gina specifically to ask about this bit. Do all of these quests and bits go away once Phase 3 starts? Presumably not, because we've got Golden Pursuits and, you know, people... That lasts until, like, November the 26th or something. It's a really long one. It's like a month-long Golden Pursuit, I think. So we really are going to need all the time. Otherwise, that's silly. If half of them become uncompletable 2 weeks before it ends. So yeah, they remain up. However, all of these things go away as soon as the event is over. So expect that to happen, well, probably around November the 26th. I would say any time between the 20th and the 27th is probably when it's going to end. Right? But I also did get clarification that the siege camps and the dailies will not go away. So they'll remain in the game perpetually, which is pretty good. And I'll explain why. Just let me go back to the game. The reason that is good is that if you look at the achievements... Just refreshing my stream here. Seasons of the Worm Cults. Yeah, there's literally a category of achievements here called Siege Camps. And so many people who don't have the content pass have been, like, crying about the idea that they won't be able to get these. But turns out, Zos thought it through. These will remain. So... I do get it. Like, I'm probably never going to have 100% of achievement points. Although after Gamesfest, I'm probably going to be a bit closer. Because they're going to have a few... If you look at what I'm missing, it's mostly story. There's a big chunk in PvP there. Because I've never got a GO in PvP. Kamal's never done it either, for the same reason. But yeah, did that help? Did that help, Moose? I hope so. And Alatara, love your Dark Templar build. It can really compete. But as soon as there are ads in the room, the Arcanist Beam works way better through its huge AoE. Yeah, the range, right? It's that long-ass corridor. And I think I do even say that in the video. In terms of survivability and range, this, yeah, it's not going to be quite able to compete. Event ends 7 days after the fortress has been defeated for the first time. Yes. On your server, which will be like minutes after it opens. 20-30 minutes, I expect. But thanks for the kind words, Alatara. Yeah, I was really happy to find it. To come across that and see, actually this does compete with Arcanist in some very important respects. Sustain is better. Single target damage is better. Survivability, range, not so much. But fun, it's much more fun to play as well. Cleave damage, also very good. Yeah, it's just that range. Yeah, Dark Metal. Weird that ESO doesn't have a bigger audience on Twitch. It's not a very cool game. I'm so sick of pets. That's fair enough. And Alatara Uzorga is like doing 3 or 4 quests with different recipes. Yeah. Gather ingredients over the whole map. Moose, I might have just missed something obvious. I was listening while getting ready to go out. Yeah, no worries, man. No worries. And Wheelman, good morning. How's it going?
What? Why?
Your mum is worried about your attempt to embarrass the king.
My what? Does she even listen?
She
to
never
me?
listens.
She never listens. Honor of the clan, I say. You'll find someone soon, she says. All right. She sent you here to help? Good. The long-lost home of Morkel clan.
All right.
The old poems...
I think I remember this. There we go. Standing in defiance. Baloth Blood Tusk. What a great name. Hey, cutie. What's your name?
Baloth.
Okay. Standing in defiance, Death would not find his friends, but would break against his mighty shield, ever at their backs. What's the point in being behind someone if you're the tank? I'm sorry, Baloth. I'm not convinced. Mazgar many tongues, bathing the caverns in light steadfastly, he stood between them, his words of warmth and fear never far from ear. What? Words of warmth and courage. This is the front one, right? No. That, I've got to say, that has bugged me. I don't know if it's to do with my character's height or something, but it's far too easy to activate the thing you don't want to activate. Look, how am I looking at the brazier right now? See that? It's wild, isn't it? Lokora. She led the way. First. Second. And third. We used to have a Romanian guy in our prog group. And when we were in Cloud Rest, he was soloing Portal 1. I think back when it was like very few people in the game would attempt to solo a Cloud Rest portal in VCR plus 3. This is a long time ago. And it was as he was uncovering the malevolent cores in the crystals down there, he would say, "Found first, found first, found second, found third." It sounded like he'd found a turd down there. He just stepped in a poo. And it was very distracting. Wheelman, not bad. Arm is still killing me? Hey, I'm sorry about that, but woke up to a nice breakfast and a cup of coffee. Damn. I won't lie to you guys, Maya made pancakes today. Like little savory pancakes, but with a little bit of coconut in there. Coconut oil. And a bit of kefir and jam and fruit on top. Like, damn. Maybe he had IBS. I don't think you would have said I found a turd. Just, guys, I shat myself. Yeah.
What is that?
That's a terrible impression of him.
It's nestled in there tight. Of course we can't just take it.
There's the hammer. Is she worthy enough to wield it, though? That's the question. Maya is spoiling you. Yeah, sometimes. I think she did it for herself as much as anything else. She's having a tough time. Like I said, she's working, and it's just like, we were talking about this earlier, it's like there's no end in sight. Things are going really well on Twitch, but she was really bummed when we looked at the YouTube numbers. Yesterday when I released the video, it's like, we used to make a decent amount from YouTube, but as we've tried to focus more on Twitch, inevitably I just haven't had the time. And also with subclassing, Zos kind of killed what our YouTube channel was all about. And it's taking a while for us to sort of get it back. Spellslinger! Hello, what are we up to today? We are doing story time. And we're talking about the Writhing Wall and, you know, just nattering about, oh, Zos should do this, and Zos should have done that, and these kind of things. Thinking about, like, what is the one thing we would like to revert, the one change in the game that we'd like to revert. There are a few people saying subclassing, not to delete it, but just go back in time and not release it yet. Leave Gilliam and those geniuses to, like, cook on it for a while and get it up to par, and then maybe release it. Give those guys more time. maybe release it on PTS, update 46 PTS, but make it clear this is not coming in update 46. It's coming when it's ready, you know? So there are a few ones like that. I suggested maybe update 35 as well. Just go back in time and just not release it. And then just continue on with updates as they've been. But yeah, that's kind of a fun one. Thanks Guns N' Raiders again for bringing that up. That was a fun little thought experiment. But yeah, sorry to hear about your arm, Wheelman. That sucks. I was up late last night on Skyrim, but I had no intention of being awake at 2 a.m. I see. I did that with Vampire Survivors the other day. After we'd played it on stream, I prepped the following game for the day after, and then I was just like, oh, come on, let's do some Vampire Survivors. Let's see how high I can go. And it got like a level I was up in like 80-something. But I died with like 3 minutes left on the timer. I've managed to get over 100 a few times. A lot of it is just RNG, isn't it?
Morkel Clan
It's a
prefers
roguelike,
simple
so yeah.
solutions that last. Look for switches or some kind of mechanism.
But yeah, Skyrim can be like that. I remember that. Now that I'm so much more invested in the Elder Scrolls world, like I was already a huge fan before I started playing ESO. Obviously, that's what drew me here. I'm a man who's generally quite skeptical of MMOs. Not because I think they're bad or wrong, but because they don't really work on me. They don't tend to do the things that I value most in a video game. So yeah, it's very much the Elder Scrolls fandom that brought me here. But now, because the depth of the cultural exploration and individual stories and history and all that stuff that we've been through in this game, I'm just going to be such a freaking sucker for Elder Scrolls 6 whenever the hell it comes. It's going to be really difficult, I think, for some of us to contain our level of nerd. It's you know what I mean? Does anyone else have that? They're like, okay, I was a big nerd for Skyrim and Oblivion, but holy shit, I'm in trouble when the next one comes out. I feel like that will be ESO's legacy more than anything else, right? Smells like, oh, I know what I want reverse. I want the DK reflective scales back the way they were. Yes! That is a good answer. Pre-elsewhere, bouncing ranged attack back at the attacker was funny as fuck. I think a lot of people would high-five you for that suggestion. Yeah, my buddy Pure would definitely die on that hill right alongside you. We're talking PvP specifically, right? And Wheelman, I used to hate coconut. As I got older, I grew to like coconut cake. It's often, when you're given coconut as a kid, it's often very sweet, isn't it? Like bounty bars and shit like that. That's really, really not my jam. I don't have anything against sugar, but I want something to taste good before you put the sugar in it. I don't want you to trick me by just loading it up with sugar. So yeah, maybe that's part of it. Hey, Zerathar killed a spider all by himself. Such a good boy. This is a fun thing. You know, are they or are they not going to come to life? With all the statues around here. And they put in a gargoyle just to fuck with you as well. That bridge looks a little rickety. Doesn't this look a little bit like an environment from Heretic that we played the other day? If that game had access to these kind of high fidelity assets, isn't it exactly the kind of thing they would have done? It's the same kind of like very, very over the top fantasy feeling. Skylamina,
as long as we wake up every day, life is right.
I'm not sure why I did it in the dumb voice, but yeah. That is, I love that. Thank you. And Dark Metal Zosh should give me their whole studio. I'll fix ESO. How, may you ask? I've no fucking clue. Yeah. Welcome to Reddit. Sit down, boy. Should probably go this way, shouldn't we? Are they not actually going to attack? Lame.
I will watch over you.
Hey! Kill foes with weapon skills. That'll be Deadly Cloak doing its thing. Quick Cloak, rather. And Ted Meister, hey there, how's it going? I'm missing the second piece of Zahn. Which bit is it? Is it a headpiece or the shoulder? If it's the headpiece, we can get it for you right now. I mean, let me finish this quest, but yeah, if it is a headpiece you need, I'd be up for that. That'd be a fun thing to do on stream. I love doing shit like that. Bellows wheel lock. There's no particular order I need to do these in, is there? It's very Warhammer, and I mean that in the nicest possible way. Normally, I don't think a Warhammer like over-the-top aesthetic is quite right for ESO, but I don't know, for an ancient, almost legendary underground orcish forge, I think they could tap into a little bit of that visual language. It works for me. What do you guys think? Oh, you just need to transmute to recon? I see, alright. Well, if you want to see if you get lucky with a drop... Like, have you got all 3 weights collected? You never know, you might get a Divines in exactly the weight that you want.
Purest heart. The old clan word for heart also means blood. Purest blood.
Xenia, my life is troublesome now. ESO enshrouded in Axis Unseen, and yesterday I bought Sons of the Forest. Axis Unseen, just prioritize that one. Because that one won't, the spell won't last as long as the others, I think. So whenever you have, like, gaming time to yourself, hit up Axis.
It's opening. Like a hand. Opening. Oh. Oh no.
A shaka. When the walls fell. How to get free 50 transmutes? PvP and then wait for the thing to be over. But yeah, Spellslinger, that's a good point. You cheese the heck out of Maelstrom Arena with that ability as well. The ranged attack reflect. That's probably why they got rid of it, isn't it? But yes, Daniel, how do I find time for all of it? Welcome to all of our worlds. Yeah, I'm sorry if Gamesfest has had that effect on anyone. Like, oh my god, I forgot about this game, I need to play it again. Oh, I've never heard of this game, this looks amazing, I need this in my life. Several people have had this, one or the other, or both. And Stenya, you seem to have been the worst hit. So I'm sorry to both your wallets and your free time. But, yeah, video gaming is there's a lot to offer. Some really, really quality stuff out there. And it's been a privilege to showcase some of it.
The hand of Morkel isn't our forge hammer. It's the cage around it. And if my clan's old
Year 6 has been worried with how much they forced the creation store. Oh no, they need to fuck off with that. I will never engage with it. It's not the way to do add-ons, I don't think. I don't know. It's not a thing I've thought about deeply, but it seemed to me that add-ons worked fine when it was just a thing that players could do. I suppose they do have a certain level of responsibility, maybe. But But yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure I like how much they're getting involved with that stuff. Like, I love that the add-ons exist, but I don't want to have to run a game with mods and add-ons. And it just let me play the vanilla, and I'll see what I want to add to it. Gloombex, poor Zereth. Yeah, he got a spider though, didn't he? And Wheelman, that whole story related to Solstice, or whatever it's called, wish I had that story. But assuming it can be purchased on PS5, I may have to wait until Christmas since my birthday was in September. I see. Yeah, Solstice, the Seasons of the Worm Cult. I'm really hoping they put it on sale again when the Writhing Wall event is coming up, which is like in just over a week. It's like a week and a half now. 13th of October. I think there are a few people who'd be on the fence and ready to make the jump if it was reduced. Like 50% off minimum. Maybe even 75. Who knows? Just having more people involved would be fun. And yeah, you can do like 80% of the event without owning the content pass, but it'd be cool to have everyone involved in every step, you know what I mean? Tried coconut soda once, Moose. Yeah, that doesn't sound good. And Ted Meister, done a mix of your mag DK and sprinkled in a few of my own skills. Got barbed and camo on my front bar now. Just need the transmute, I see. And good morning, Asterial. How's it going? Hope you pretty people are well today. Yeah, I think we're all doing pretty good. Wheelman's arm is giving him a bit of jip. Zdenya's got too many games and not enough time. But honestly, that's...
My mother says we're the best smith. You're right.
Are you going to lock the hammer away?
Not without blood magic. But I can't just leave it here. It's our heritage. I'll bring it back to the stronghold, but what then? What do I tell my clan?
Yeah, you don't need this place.
Of course. Returning the Forge Hammer will fill my clan with pride. Enough to take the sting away when I explain what Morgulden was.
Yeah, do you guys remember what was actually going on here? Pretty fucked up.
We must make peace with our ancestors and remember the lessons they taught. I heard a rumbling when you rekindled the forge. Maybe another way out. Anything to avoid those ogres.
But yeah, what a great little story beat. Little. And it's a huge set piece. It's kind of heartbreaking we never come back here. Kind of sad. This is what I'm talking about. They've got all this amazing world that they've built, and they can quite easily add in, you know, another door in the rock here and there, or a boat that'll take us to a little island. You know.
Useful if we ever need to return to the blood, the Heart Forge. Meet me at Morkel's Stronghold.
I would love to see them expand the stories in old areas. The difficulty is, you know, not every player owns every zone, so they kind of are limited in what they can do. Maybe if they continue making them available for free in the Crown Store. You know, Orsinium, Morrowind, those have all been made free, haven't they? I guess Somerset will be next. No, we don't need to talk to that guy. How's it going, Asterial? And welcome back, Gilly. Spellslinger, in that case, allow me to apologize to all DKs everywhere for ruining their fun. Yeah. I mean, they're all doing it alongside you, right? But at least I got my VMA no death achievement first. Yeah. I actually got my no death really late in there. I'd played it many, many times on Stamblade, Stamplar, Stamcrow, and then I think I went in there with a Magplar or a Magblade. I can't remember which one it was one day, and I was just laughing. Laughing. It was so easy by comparison. I couldn't believe it. It was like learning to play a guitar solo on a Spanish guitar or a steel string guitar, like an acoustic, and then picking up an electric. I mean, I guess if you guys have never played guitar, you wouldn't know what I mean. But one, it has much, much higher action. You have to work 10 times as hard to play the same thing on a classical steel string guitar than you would on an electric guitar. It's just a completely different... It's like having a stiff keyboard where you have to press every key really hard and then trying to do your rotation, and then getting a really beautiful mechanical keyboard with wonderfully smooth actuation and fast, and yeah, it's sort of like that. Imperfect comparison, but... That's what it felt like. Switching from Sam to basically any mag in there.
Come here. Stand by my side as I address the clan.
Oh, look at the Khajiit.
Quiet. Ashaka speaks on a matter
Here
concerning
we go.
the clan.
Thank you for the hydrate, Alubia. I don't mind if I do. How's it going? Welcome on in. And thank you, Shy Monkey, for the follow. Very kind, much appreciated. Hope you're having a good week.
Ever feared the truth? I return from Morkeldon with our clan's greatest treasure. Behold, the Hand of Morkel.
She says behold, and then she doesn't, like, lift it up at all.
Locked away the hammer, but not for the reasons we thought. Morkeldon housed a blood
My
forge.
character looks so pleased with herself.
Our clan once turned to dark magic, but they
Wow, that's a lot of hydration. I'm gonna have to go and get more water in a minute, Alubia. Thank you.
The blood we work into the metal is our own, not that of our enemies.
Yeah, Dark Matter, blood magic to make better and stronger weapons. Exactly. Some dark shit. Spellslinger, mental image of trying to play a video game with an old-fashioned typewriter as your keyboard. There we go, that's a better example. I should have... That's a better shorthand.
My clan. Soon we march to Orsinium. We shall build it anew.
Said Meister got 9% boost from that FG passive. Which passive? FG? I'm probably being dumb.
Do you see how my clan looks at the forge hammer?
Oh, she's so happy.
Fire in their eyes?
This is what we live for, guys. Making happy orc ladies, right? Or making orc ladies happy. That'd be the right way to actually word that. Fighters Guild, I see. Duh. Yeah, thanks, Ted. Alubia, alright. Give me a minute. I'm gonna have to refill my glass. And we're back. Are you hoping to subclass soon? Yeah, just enjoy it. Take your time. Pick what skill line you want to level and just get going. What now?
Now I name you bloodkin to Morkel clan.
Ah,
Last
guys,
thing
we're
I'll do before heading
bloodkin.
to Orsinium. The king needs a clan who can work its great forge. You think we'd let Shatul embarrass us with their inferior iron?
Morkel's mighty mallet. Alright. I love how the chiefs are just... It's generally a woman, like a lady orc that is doing the stuff in each of these quests. It's interesting, isn't it? The chief is generally a guy. And they're just sort of laying back in the cut.
I'm not sure what you did exactly, but you somehow restored peace to my family, and thereby helped...
Yeah, Adric and assassination, Ted Meister.
My thanks.
Alright, everyone, you see what Alubi is up to. Grab yourself a beverage. Doesn't have to be water. Anything that's good for you. Maybe something that isn't so good for you. I haven't had a coffee today. Might have to go and do that at some point. And have yourself a stretch. I keep talking about the need to stretch our hands as well. After editing and clickety-clicking all day yesterday, I definitely felt the need. Did a proper hand stretch session yesterday evening. It was lovely. Means that I can get up and just carry on. Maybe if you're super young, if you're like 20 or below 25, you don't really notice, but I don't know, I felt like I started noticing this fairly early, that if you'd game Especially a certain type of game. If you play for like hours on end over a particular day, the next day you'll kind of feel it. It's not like you can't play or anymore, anything hurts. It's just a slight heaviness to your joints in your hand, I guess, or a slight ache from all that repetitive clickety clacking. It's definitely a thing. Right, Alubi is really on a mission. Doesn't want any of those channel points anymore. Well, thank you for keeping me hydrated. I appreciate it. And thanks for watching as well. Right, are you going to go to the moot?
Why not?
Excellent. Normally, I don't skip dialogue like this. The voiceovers are one of my favorite things in the game. Let's just ride to Chatul. I've not gone the best way, have I? Man, Hrothgar looks amazing. I remember hearing, I don't know if this is true. Should ask the devs about this, actually. I'm sure they'd be able to tell. One of them must be able to remember this. But apparently, Hrothgar was a little bit big for old consoles. You know, the current gen of consoles was struggling to handle the size and scope of this zone. And that seems hard to believe. It's so rudimentary in many ways. It's like, it's not tech, it's design, which makes it look awesome. But yeah, apparently that was actually kind of a problem. So they had to rein in some of their ambition for subsequent releases. Don't know if you guys have heard about that. I don't know if it's true, like I said. And thanks, Alubia, sending chat a hug as well. Who remembers this storyline? This bit here.
I should have been at my husband's side. He'd still be alive.
So he's dying.
I'd still be his
King Kurog sent me to speak with the chief.
Well, look upon my husband and weep. For his next journey is to the Ashen Forge.
What do you mean?
Perhaps a new chief will deal with Kurog's latest nonsense.
And here we go.
Rotten luck, Chief.
Laurig.
Rotten luck. Don't see many new faces at Chateau Range.
Olivia just popping and dropping all the channel points. Bye!
Chief Ogzor had a nasty encounter with a giant's club a short while ago. Best keep your voice low. We don't know how much time he has left.
How's the chief doing?
Dying. No amount of healing magic can fix smashed brains.
Spellslinger. Oh, I know what you mean. You remember it vaguely. Hrothgar is tainted for me nowadays by merit of me having having a few really annoying survey spots. There's one in particular I'm thinking of, and I agree with you. That one is a pain in the butt. I think that's a. It's like up here, isn't it? Near Sorrow. Is it like here? I want to say it's blacksmithing. That's a pain because you have to ride from there. I can't think which other one is super annoying though. I guess there's another one up here which is a little bit irritating as well. But yeah. Alright, Laurig, what were you saying?
Don't see many new faces at Chateau Range. Our only neighbors are surly giants.
Gilly, I do remember, but it's because I just recently replayed the story back when they did that event where you needed the completion achievement. Yeah.
Let's keep your voice low. We don't know how much time he has left.
How's he doing?
Dying. No amount of healing magic can fix smashed brains.
Smashed brains. What do you have in mind?
We know which giant smashed the chief.
Yeah, let's go and avenge the chief.
I'll meet you where Urkale the Cleaver's tracks begin.
Chateau would fall into chaos without a chief. This is what it's all about.
Most of Chateau's warriors died in the first Winterborn raids. Without a good contender for chief,
because these guys roam the plains.
For a title they can't hope to hold.
I believe.
We can't afford that, after losing so much to the raiders.
They don't have like a stronghold the way some of the other tribes do. So I guess they were more vulnerable to the Winterborn.
Truth is, everyone's afraid.
You really want to be chief? You're very relaxed.
Together. You want me to quote the Code of Malakath? Go on about vengeance and grudges? I've had my fill of that. Something I learned around all these Echater. The ones who bray the loudest never lead the pack.
Yeah, the ones who bray the loudest never should lead the pack. But unfortunately, that's often not how it goes, right? Hey, Tevi, watch new vid. It's fab. Thank you. Also, hello. Awesome, thanks very much. Good use of the word fab, by the way. Love it. Spellslinger, there's also an alchemy survey where you kind of have to parkour to get to it, and a jewelry spot that you can reset if you have several of that logging in out. Yeah, I see, yeah. So annoying. The jewelry one, I know which one you're talking about there, yeah. Alchemy, you have to use parkour to get to it. I can't think which one that is, but yeah. Yeah, thanks, Tevi. I really appreciate that. Glad it was helpful.
Someone whose actions speak loudest. Someone like Chief Ogzor. Yes, I want to be chief. I spent contenders for chief fight it out in the Bloody Knoll. It's our shrine to Malakath, up on the hill. He who emerges as chief.
Is the chief always a man?
Well, of course. That's how it's always been. Never thought about it any other way. I suppose it's possible. Still, I wouldn't wish that on any woman.
Why?
She'd face constant challenge. Whispers behind her back, bitter sulking, the petty disrespects you expect from children, but all from grown orcs who should know better.
And he reckons that women are less equipped to handle whispers behind the back, bitter sulking, disrespect. I don't know, I think that's a pain in the ass for anybody, right?
We travel where the Echater travel. Can't say it'd be good if the chief was stuck here defending him, herself, I mean. I wouldn't want to put my clan through that.
Oh, I see, yeah, he means that traditionalists would be sniping at her the whole time. Alright, yeah, that makes sense.
I don't really know. You're right. Only made it 100 paces before it slammed into a tree. Took half a day to saw that bloody crest out. We tried to reattach the thing, but the Echater wanted nothing. Most of the truth is...
Alright, yeah, we're done. And then another jewelry spot that's really far from all way shrines, an enchanting spot that I've tried to approach way too many... yeah, I know the ones you mean. Yeah, I know what you mean, Spellslinger. You tried to approach too many times in the wrong direction, only to realize I'm at the bottom of a cliff. Yeah, I guess I've done surveys so many times, I just instinctively know where everything is.
Alright, let's find Urkale the Cleaver.
I do have a lot of surveys I need to do. It's slightly horrifying. It's a lot. We're getting up like close to 100 with some of them. Oh, I don't want to do that. That's the problem with this. Before, I had to do them regularly because my inventory would fill up. Now, I can kind of just chill, and I don't love it. It's obviously a quality of life edition. It's good, and it's the main reason I haven't done it is Gamesfest.
Is that a track? No, sorry. It's just some melted snow.
The enchanting one doesn't get me anymore, but I'm still salty.
Are we lost? It feels like we're lost.
Are we lost? It feels like we're lost. Are you an idiot? Feels like you're an idiot, Laurig. Is it Laurig or Laurig? I feel like the Americans can never make their mind up when it comes to an AU pronunciation. They seem to favor the French or rather than the Germanic ow. Like, I remember it really bugged me when watching, what's the movie? The Big Short? Did you guys see that? Great film. And, you know, true story. But obviously dramatized, but with real financiers depicted in the film. One of them is called Mark Baum, but the Americans they pronounce it as Mark Baum, and it always sounded like, I don't know, something was happening, like they were having some sort of a stroke while they were trying to say his name. I'd go for the Germanic ow. If it was French, they'd be Bretons. Exactly. And since so much, not just fantasy tropes, but fantasy language, you know, the type of names that you have for dwarves and elves and the way that they sound, so much of that comes from Tolkien. It's ripped off of Tolkien, like straight up. And names in Tolkien generally used a very Germanic. They followed a Germanic pronunciation. Slightly disappointing. All that pre-buff and all we got was 64k DPS. Oh, here we go. 102, apparently. 1 second. That would actually be cool as fuck in real life, you know? If they're, you know, like an assassin, someone is just, you know, sort of a Jackie Chan or a Tony Jaa type figure. Just taking people down in 2 moves. Nobody mock Jackie Chan, by the way. Don't do it.
I heard the battle in the Fevered Muse was touch and go. Glad you won the day.
Ysara? Ysara! She's out.
Here we go, Zareth.
Yes?
Out of the way, buddy. There we go.
Listen, we both know you're the one who avenged the chief. Happy I could land a few good smacks. I'll tell Ysara when she's back. You deserve... That's up to the clan. I'm only doing it because Shatul needs a chief.
Wait, you were a chief? Chief of what?
Small clan. Our stronghold let Shatul camp there in the summers, in return for choicest pick of a chater. Chief Ogzor...
Ah, I remember this. I'd forgotten about that detail. Chief Ogzor's daughter, Ashruka, was going to be married to this guy. Why didn't it happen?
Ashruka refused to be traded like the choicest pick of a chater. She chose exile rather than marry me.
That's,
a month later,
that's got to be rough.
Reach wiped out my whole clan. Chief Ogzor took me in.
What happened to Ashruka?
Don't really know. Shatul tries not to talk about its exiles. Chief Ogzor
dun dun dun.
From speaking of her.
Yeah, this is an interesting story. Man, Orsinium kicks
I've always
ass.
respected how Ashruka held her ground, and I wasn't too keen on the match. I'd known her since she was a child, so going from Uncle Lorig to husband, we call that a Valenwood marriage. But don't let a wood orc hear you say it.
We call that a Valenwood marriage? What do you guys think that means? How are you enjoying having a companion, by the way? I seem to recall there was some debate about getting one. The only reason I got one is because it was a goal in chat. Occasionally he makes me laugh, but most of the time I think the system is quite bad. I had a bit of a rant about it earlier. There's nothing wrong with it. And I like that other people are getting more out of it than I am. But I tend to prefer it when an MMO doesn't assert its arbitrariness, and like when an MMO lifts up the bonnet and shows you that it's all just a bunch of systems and there's no real story, there's no real game, it's just the devs playing you kind of thing. That's a very, very cynical way to look at a live service game, but you know what I mean. Like, it's generally off-putting when games do that to us, when you feel like, well, what am I here for then if I am the product? And I love that ESO doesn't do that. It tends to sidestep that quite well in a way that most MMOs don't, in my experience. And I feel like the companion system, it's such an invitation to dive into character and story, backstory, and they just have none of that whatsoever. The thing that specifically triggered me earlier, Spellslinger, was the fact that he his likes and dislikes are completely stupid. Like, a developer has made up a rule that this companion will like if you do this, he won't like if you do that. And they make no sense. It's like a rule of bad character writing. Real people aren't one-note characters, so whenever you have one in a story, they ought to be a fleeting presence. You know, a little shopkeeper that you see in one scene. Or something like that, you know? But to have someone follow you around all the time and you're supposed to be, like, invested in bringing up their rapport, and he just doesn't care about all the awesome things that I'm doing. I don't know, I thought that was a little bit weak. But then Kev was here saying, actually, if you just keep going, eventually you can max out their rapport without doing any of that bullshit. Kev was saying max out a bunch of companions, has literally no idea what they like and dislike. But no, I'm not enjoying it, really. I can't wait to switch him off, get rid of it. I think they're... I thought it was an interesting idea, but difficult to pull off, and it's a personal take, but in terms of my preference, I don't think this is the right way to do companions. Give me Baldur's Gate companions. And even those are quite... They can be quite two-dimensional at times. Just because there's a limited amount of budget and time for when you have that many characters with such big roles. You know, that each of the Baldur's Gate characters and BioWare game characters, those companions, they each have their thing. You know, their little trope. But they work really well, I like that, and think how much they enhance the story and the sense of where you are in the world. You can't do that with a game like ESO, but they could have got some of that. Instead, they just made a completely arbitrary system for you to grind, and I was like, no, it's not for me.
Listen,
but I've only got one, and I'm ignoring him most of the time, so who knows? Maybe I'm just missing the charm of it. He does do a few things that are cool or funny. That's for sure. Agreed. Ember disliking fish is a very strange choice. Yeah, so what? I guess they did that just to be funny. And Spell's like, yeah, fair. I wish they'd let us put helmets on them, so I can pretend it's an original character of my own making. That I can understand as well, yeah. I would probably keep the helmet off, but it'd be fun to have the option.
That's up to the clan, small clan.
We already asked him all this, haven't we? What?
Listen, we small clan. Don't really know. No. I've always respected how Urshruka held her ground.
Alright, Yazara.
Chief Ogzor's mother. Shatul's wise woman. Though she hates it.
Hang on. So this guy dying over here.
Yazara, look! I cut this off her kill the cleaver. My friend here struck the killing blow.
That is his mum?
Why don't you show the
Damn, what's her secret?
Sound advice, as always.
Come closer. We should speak.
Gloomvex, I might have missed it. Did you do all of Zera's storyline? I honestly have no idea. There's a whole bunch of yakety yak when you first get him. But yeah, if there's other stuff that activates later on, then no, because let's have a look. What is he?
You have my ear, Tamit.
No, if I guess in answer, Spellslinger, I maybe had 2% interest in the companion system before this, and now that's gone down to pretty much 0 after having actually had one. Like, I'm more convinced than ever that I was right. And I did try them before. Like I said, every time new companions come out on PTS, I will usually go there, often on stream in the last couple of years. We've done it on stream that we've actually checked out the... Don't they max out at level 10? So he's close to, like, maximum effectiveness. Yeah. But... yeah, I'm more convinced than ever that this is a distraction. And not a meaningful addition to the game.
If you are willing.
But whatever. It's popular. It's one of the most popular systems they've done. If you compare it to, I mean, Mythics, everyone uses that. Scribing, most people use that. Subclassing, most people are using that. Companions, we were guessing that maybe 50, maybe 60% of players use a companion. Whether or not they get anything out of them in terms of effectiveness doesn't really matter. For the people are engaging with the system, and it's a fun thing that they're doing. I think that speaks for itself. I would say the adoption rate of companions is high enough to justify, to consider the system a success. I think that's out of the, like, that's undeniable. Max level is 20. All right. And Gambitsky Matvey, hello, hello. And Spell saying, I don't think she dislikes fish, she dislikes fishing. Because she's ADHD and hates anything that requires patience. But your point stands. Yeah, I don't think it's good design to make players, to either punish players for doing something which the game wants them to do, or to make them go through the rigmarole of dismissing this or that companion and bringing out a different one just before they pick up a flower, or before they take a shit, or before they go fishing. Now, that's not good. That's lame. The phrase I used earlier, I'm not talking about companions in general, but just the rapport system, it's weird and bad. I think that's... I'll stand by that.
If Shatul is to survive, there must be
Ulgesh, here we go. Why do you want me to meet him?
Ulgesh returned from Orsinium shortly after my son's injury. He declared himself a contender, but I'm not sure why. The point, Shatul needs a chief who looks out for the clan before himself.
Yeah, so they need a new chief, and it's down to Laurig or Lorig and Ulgesh. Those are the two contenders. So this one I am going to spoil. If you haven't done this before, and I encourage you to do it, Orsinium in general is really good, and this one is kind of interesting as well. And it lets you have quite a lot of agency over how the story turns out. The end result for Orsinium or for Hrothgar is much the same. Can't see me. But yeah, it's one of the few times that we've really been able to shape the outcome of a particular story. ESO doesn't let you do... Well, MMOs generally don't let you do that terribly often. But anyway, welcome in, everybody. Raves Lord, she watches this specific channel daily. Who's that in particular? And Shadow said this, hello, evening. Sharp as Night is my favorite companion. Had an interesting story, but unlike other games, the Old Republic comes to mind. ESO added them years into its existence. So in my opinion, it's harder to value them when so much of the community is so experienced in the game's story, its mechanics, etc. I think there is a flip side to that. I think you're absolutely right. But imagine if there was a Wood Elf companion. And this is what, when I first announced the system, but there was no Blackwood PTS, there was none of that. We didn't know what they were going to be like yet. I remember having a chat. We used to do this every time there would be a big patch notes or release. Maya and I would organize a like a workshop, and we'd all dive into a Discord channel. There'd be maybe 50 people there, and we would just talk about. I would do a write-up and research and get all the info that we had available and just break it down very, very quickly. They would usually take 15 minutes, and then people who wanted to could stick around and we would chat for a bit. And we would often be drinking and whatever else. You know, this is lockdown. Different times. And I remember making the case that if the companions... This is the example I think I used at the time. If it was a Wood Elf that gives you a new story, not a whole zone story, but just new story beats to do in Grotwood, Greenshade, Malabal Tor, and to like put a fresh coat of paint on some of that old content. I don't literally mean refreshing the zone, but maybe adding in a little house out in the wilderness where her uncle lived, or where she was raised, or I don't know, just little things like that. And it's mostly the dialogue of one character with some fetch quests along the way. But if a fetch quest kind of disappears if it's all in the service of getting to know this character and their story. And I really hoped that would be what it is, but it isn't. And it never has been, really. Well, yeah, you make a good point, Child of Sithis. I'm still redeeming all those hydrates from Alubia. Still working on it. Yeah, Gloombex, they unlock as he ranks up. So probably when he hits rank 10, he'll ask me to do something and I will just unsummon him. In fact, anyone have a problem if I just get rid of him? Where even are they? How do you actually dismiss your companion? There. Ah.
Who are you?
The voiceover. So fun. Yeah, they max out at 20 and you unlock more stories to increase their rapport. I see. I see. Spellslinger 100% agree. It's really annoying. Both Bastion and Isabel get all judgmental when you do crime, which, yeah, kind of makes sense. But come on. It's an Elder Scrolls game. We all do crime. Yeah, the game wants you to do it. There are literally daily endeavors, golden pursuits. There are quest rewards. There are storylines devoted to this stuff. So the idea that, oh, you better... you have to game the system by equipping the right companion at the right time, that is not a good way to approach it at all. It just isn't. Yeah, quests have nothing to do with level, you need to raise the rapport. Dark Metal, I have to go sadly, oh no! Wish everyone a very nice day. Well, you have a very nice day too, buddy, and yeah, thanks for hanging out. And for all the chat, we'll see you tomorrow, I hope. We are going to be going into Dishonored in a little while. You guys up for it?
I don't need your help.
Hey, go Avs. Great video on the wall event. Thanks. Guys, if you thought the video was good, if you thought it was shit, obviously, feel free to tell me as well. But if you thought it was good and it was helpful, one of the nicest and most useful things you can do is to share it. Spam that shit like confetti. In all the Discords you're in, just, you know, make sure you've got permission to do it first and whatever. But yeah, if you genuinely thought it was useful. And hey, Go Avs, how's it going? Gilly-chan, Miri doesn't care if you steal, but she hates when you use the Blade of Woe. I just think that is a terrible system. Like, it's not even a subjective thing. Enjoying a companion being the... That is much more subjective, and I totally understand that. But I think objectively, this is quite a misguided design choice. I don't know. It just... Maybe I'm just being dumb and there weren't many other ways that they could have done it better. Maybe that's the problem. A lot of the time when we complain about something in a video game is because we haven't put ourselves in the position of the developer who had to make those choices. And yeah, and then we sort of think, actually, how could they have done that, you know, within these constraints and the drawbacks of the other options, and I don't need your help, fine. Fuck you.
With your help, this will go faster.
What will?
Yazara asked for a snow truffle.
Oh yeah, Dark Metal, see you later. Bye-bye. Have a great day. Go Avs, downloaded PTS, gonna try some pure Pla passes with a new mythic today. Nice. Just be warned, anyone going for PTS, the Writhing Wall is gone. I didn't even realize this until last night. And Gina said to me, hang on, there's no more Writhing Wall on PTS. And stupid me, I actually corrected her and said, no, the Writhing Fortress is on the PTS. I've been playing it. But then I realized, oh, hang on, she means this week. They've taken it down, and she was absolutely right. All of the Writhing Wall stuff is now down. I'm not sure why, but it's gone. No more testing. Less lag from the wall for me then. Gilly-chan, it reminds me of the companions in Dragon Age where you wouldn't take Companion A to Quest X because they'd hate your choice. Yeah, see, I would never do that. These are actual... The idea is that they are... You're not supposed to game the system like that. It's supposed to be a sort of an arena for telling an interesting story. I don't think the game... Sure, they let you do this, but I don't think they want you to gamify the system and say, well, I'll leave him back in camp. Hey, Preacher Man, how's it going? And Spellslinger, I guess one thing you could say in defense of the rapport loss is most of the negatives are quite minor. The big effect of the rapport is doing the 2 big quests that they love. Everything else makes a tiny difference. Could just be considered flavor. Or maybe that's it then. That you know, because he's not hit high enough rapport yet. But that also seems weird. If the quest is crucial in increasing rapport, why do I need high rapport to unlock it in the first place? Put it this way. I don't understand why people are interested. I'm glad that they are. I'm happy for you, but I don't get it. Like, that is not an interesting feature or useful feature. Beyond a few very specific bits and pieces. But I do love the voiceovers. That part of it is excellent.
No clue. A potion, maybe?
So that voice,
You've gotta
speaking of
scamper
clues...
sniff the path. Scampers near boulders or trees. Lots of them between here. I lived in Orsinium for years.
This is such a random bit of questing. You guys haven't done... So this is just to introduce us to Ulgesh. And then do a random bit of comic relief. Truffle patch. Ulgesh just kicks... What's his name? Oh, does the Echarte not have a name?
Keep trying, Scamper.
Sad that the mammoths are hostile. But yeah, hey Preacher Man. Hope you're well. Hello there. And Govs, the penalties aren't so bad for companions in here, so easy enough to max it out and not think about it. This conversation came up because someone was asking, how do you like your companion? Because I've never had one, never been interested. It's like, what, you know, the companions and fishing and Tales of Tribute, like, give me a break. These are the last things I will do, and I will do them. And yeah, so we spoke to him to see what his rapport was, and it basically hasn't moved. And we have done an ungodly amount of content. And I just started saying, well, I think that's a little bit silly. It just turns it into a grind. And I think that's the key. I don't like it when MMOs say, here you go, have a grind with a little bit of stuff put on top to hopefully make you not realize that that's what it is. I think that is what it is at the end of the day, more than anything else. And I can get grumpy very quickly. But as I've said many times, that is not how everyone reacts. It's I have quite a high baseline of skepticism when it comes to MMOs.
I think you found one.
We found one, finally. There we go. Scamper, that was his name. Or her name.
Scamper earned some sleep. Let's get back to shots.
But yeah, if you don't know about the big rapport though, hits, it's hard, yeah. I mainly just don't care.
I think you found one. Get that snow truffle to Yazara. And thanks. I won't.
How do they do that effect of the voice inside the metal helmet? Do they just make them speak into a bucket? Like a metal bucket, do you think? But if you don't know about the big ones, you probably don't care enough for it to matter. I care enough to be like to comment on the strangeness of the way it's set up. You're supposed to have a connection. Well, I'd say you have two choices. You can either make them like really useful, like having a third bar or a sixth skill slot. I made the comparison with that earlier. And they're not really that. Or you can make them a character which creates a connection with the player. That for me is a much more awesome thing, and it shall then pull you further into the world and the setting. Well-written characters, especially characters that you go from place to place with, and you can talk to them about the environment and what they think, or what their take on this part of the world or this culture might be. That opens the door to really cool world building, and you could do a lot with very little. Think of Sten in Dragon Age. We're playing that in a few days. You learn a huge amount about the Kunari, despite the fact that he's pretty much the only one you see in that first game. They do an incredible amount with very, very little. And he doesn't need to be... Of course, he is a very, very useful companion in combat as well, but that's not why it works. And Zos weren't trying... It's not like Zos tried and failed to do what I'm talking about. They didn't try to do that at all. They went for something different. And I'm sure they succeeded in doing what they wanted, but I don't know. I can't help but feel it's a missed opportunity when the reason we're here to play ESO is generally the combat system or the story. It's not the systems and stuff. Otherwise, we'd be playing WoW. Probably.
Did you find Olgesh?
Yeah, he asked me to bring you this snow truffle.
Good. Give it here. Olgesh passed my test.
Spellslinger, not those quests. Each companion has 2 dailies that they love. Oh, I see. Yeah.
Tells me he learned to master his temper.
You see, why would he love doing that? Again, that is there just to make you play all the different little other systems in the game, isn't it? It's very transparent. It's as transparent as the Wicked Witch leaving a trail of sweets for Hansel and Gretel, you know?
Come this way, child, and play some Tales of Tribute.
No. If I wanted to play, I would play. But yeah. And that obscure thing in Grutwood, that's the main way to raise his rapport. I see. And no, I don't know how you're supposed to figure that out without the wiki. Yeah, that's another weird thing, isn't it? Preacher Man, I have all the companions, but don't use them much. They get more when you just never put them away. I see, yeah. Gilly-chan playing 1 Tells the Tribute Daily is the last thing I need to activate. It's passive for my account. I keep putting it off. A Pringle tube? That's a good call. Yeah, mood, exactly. And Gilly-chan, you know what I would like if you could mark companion gear that you don't need as valuables? Because I keep forgetting to sell the ones I don't need. Because I just hit sell valuables and leave. I see. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, we've debated the companion thing back and forth. I have no problem with them being in the game. I did when they were first announced, and I went on PTS. I literally mocked the very idea. I thought people who were asking for... Firstly, I didn't believe that anyone would ask for such a thing in ESO. Like, no one who understood the game would ever want a companion. But I was wrong about that, and this is years ago.
Good. Lorig and Olgesh I have not forgotten. Olgesh should be at his tent. It was my son's favorite food. His hearthwife. She has dozens of recipes. He loved them all. He won't be able to taste it.
It's pretty dark what we went to get the snow truffle for. It's pretty rugged.
Into the poison, so he enjoys it one last
so it was his favorite food, but his brain is smashed, as Lorig said. So poison? What poison?
The poison I shall feed the husk that remains of his body.
It's not a mercy, though. He's already brain dead, I guess. It's just... Yeah.
No, it is me. Murdering my own son.
Well, if it's not a mercy, then why are you doing it?
Shatul must survive. Before a new chief is chosen, the old chief must die. By the time Lorig and Olgesh reach the Bloody Knoll, the poison will finish its work. Malakath will take no offense.
Alright.
I doubt that. An orc of Shatul would truly understand.
So if the really zoomed out, if we really zoom out of the Orsinium story, what's going on here is it's a people at a crossroads, and they're really struggling with it. It's a very obvious thing to say, but I think they draw heavily on like the Klingons from Star Trek. They're struggling with a very, very strong and restrictive tradition, a set of traditions, a very ceremonial traditions that don't make a ton of logical sense or practical sense. and it's a people that's really struggling with that and how to treat those going forward. And I love how they keep coming back to that in very different ways. Like everyone's just got Zereth Var. That's another reason I don't really want a companion. It just makes you look like everyone else. It's the same reason I'll often get a fancy polymorph. And again, this is a me thing. I'll often get I've literally never used this. And this is a Magic and Necromancer I'm on right now. If there was ever an opportunity to do it. Did I get the Hunger as well? I guess I didn't buy the Hunger. But yeah, all of these, I'll get them and then never use them because too many other people are using it and say, I'm good. But again, not particularly logical. It's just... It's a bit dismal seeing the same NPC everywhere you look.
Over here.
Which is another reason I think Spellslinger has a point about the helmets. Yeah, why can't you junk companion gear? Makes no sense. Yeah. There's some weird things like that. Why can't we deconstruct mythics? Why is that just not a thing? It's crazy, right? Guns and Raiders. The last few days doing pugs on Naj Kaldish, and boy, let me tell you, 90% of the time, why would you pug Naj Kaldish? Why would you pug anything? Like, for real. No hate, like when you gotta, you gotta. But when you can avoid it, why? Genuine question. Last few days doing pugs in Naj Kaldish, and boy, let me tell you, 90% of the time, the tank or fake tank leaves, or the healer, or they cannot take on board what you suggest. Not even a hard dungeon. Even the hard modes aren't that difficult. It's the Black Gem Foundry, that's pretty full on. Yeah. Yeah, Gilly-chan said, yeah, you can junk PvP ballistas, even though I can't sell them, but you just can't junk companion gear. Yeah, I don't get it. And most ESO is the most asocial community I've seen. People wanting NPC companions doesn't surprise me. I think it was one of those things people had a fondness for... is it Jizago? No, what's his name? Keshago in Skyrim, and Lydia, and Serana. Oh, because it's Elder Scrolls, and one other Elder Scrolls game had companions in it. This game should have it too. I honestly think part of it just came from that, just the flood, the torrent of random comments on forums of people claiming that this is absolutely the thing that we need. And it goes back to what I said earlier about Celia Hoden, the psychologist who works in the games industry. Listen to what players say doesn't work. Never listen to what they say they want or how to fix something. Never ever listen to them. I think Zos listened.
You looked different from inside Olgesh's helmet.
I knew you weren't Olgesh.
What?
What
did you know?
You're a Shruka. Well, I mean, it kind of tells us, doesn't it? You're a Shruka Chief Ogzor's exiled daughter.
Yes, you're right. How did you know it was me?
Lorig mentioned you.
I see. You seem to know much about me, Snow Truffle.
Snow Truffle.
Not everything.
And Spellslinger saying, "Oh, it's not just a me thing." Okay, good to know. The companions in the Old Republic have skins that you can get for them, so you can always make sure your companion isn't exactly the same as everyone else's. That's true. That's very true. Plus, you can always put a helmet on the... I love the caps, helmet. Guns N' Raiders, don't know shiz and gigs, plus need to recruit new members somehow. Fair enough. It is what it is, right? Most literally never use companions in Skyrim other than to sacrifice Lydia for that one quest. I think the same here. I had Serana following me around for a while, just while I was doing her story. But yeah, the more you hang out with a companion like that, the more heartbreakingly clear it becomes that it's just a few lines of code. You know, and that was the big thing with Cyberpunk when I knew, oh, this game has worked on me. When you run out of stuff to do, and you get to the bottom of the bowl and it's empty, it really breaks your heart in a weird way, because the illusion of Night City and of a character like Judy or Kerry is so well done. The illusion is so good that when you are brought back, of course you know it's just a video game, obviously. But it's that kind of double think that we do when we're watching theatre, right? When that illusion runs out of road, it's really deflating and makes you a little bit sad that the whole thing is sort of stopped. The light has gone out of the game. And yeah, I feel like that happens very quickly with a companion like that. It's why I got rid of the companions in Skyrim as well. They aren't useful, except as an inventory extension, right? Why would you sacrifice Lydia if you can sacrifice Cicero? Cicero's funny. Yeah, he adds more value than Lydia. I would agree. Gilly actually got companion mod in Skyrim. Never used the vanilla companions because they're just in your way. But this modded companion is so fun to have around. I love it. Yeah, that one I can't comment on. Yeah, what do you mean? The Skyrim companions are great. Literally great at setting off every trap in a dungeon and generally getting in your way. I am sworn to carry your burdens. Yeah, exactly. Installs mods so companions don't trip traps. You shouldn't have to mod everything though. Like sometimes it's okay to just say, this is beyond repair and I'm not gonna waste hours of my time trying to get it to work when it's a completely unnecessary thing anyway. It's literally a single player game. I even wonder why the companions were there. I guess it's a Fallout 3 thing. But Fallout is a very different world. It's much more like D&D, where everything is incredibly over the top and silly. And you can get away with it. In the Elder Scrolls, I think you have to rein things in a little bit more. And Bethesda would agree, based on their companions. There's nothing like a Forks in Fallout 3. There's nothing like him in Skyrim, that's for damn sure. And these are literally the same developers. They even have the same voice actor in Skyrim. Wes Johnson, the man himself. So yeah, I think that's part of it as well. You can't have these ridiculously over the top personalities because they don't fit very easily.
A merchant friend
unless it's a one-off, like, you know, Sheer Gorath or Cicero.
Word of my father's injuries, I had to return and contend for
It's interesting. An interesting thing to talk about.
Shatul must survive.
I don't have the answers. I kind of wish I did. Cicero's creepy. He is perfect. He's way more entertaining than Lydia. Like, the fact that you're saying that, Gilly, means that he's moved the emotional needle for you a little bit. There's no way Lydia did that. Do you know what I mean? And once you finish the Dark Brotherhood questline, he becomes essential. I didn't know that. So if you sacrifice him, he'll survive. Oh, that's fun. Where does he TP somewhere or just get stuck in the pole forever? No, he just survives the sacrificing. I never knew that. That's great. That's a great fact. It's extra funny that they added companions in Skyrim, considering all the snarky comments Mike the Liar had about how stupid, how about companions are stupid back in Oblivion. Yeah. Should it be pronounced Cicero or Kikero? Well, the character in Skyrim says, "Oh, Cicero," doesn't he? So, I think I'm gonna assume he knows how to pronounce his own name. But yeah, it's Cicero. Oh, the OG. That, that's actually a good question. I don't know, I studied Latin, but only so that I could read Latin medieval documents. Why did you disguise yourself? Let's get back to this.
As an exile, I'm not allowed to enter Shatul. But Ulgesh is no exile.
I've never heard
I
Kikaro.
traded him a new set of armor for his
That
own,
sounds like a
in return to my clan.
like one of those footballs
My
on a
own
string
grandmother
that you'd
couldn't
buy
tell
to a
the
little kid
difference.
who's got no mates, so they can just like kick the ball around and it comes back to them. Kikaro. Yeah, like Caesar should be a Kaiser. Yeah, hence the German word for emperor. It's literally just Caesar. And in Latin, obviously it's C-A-E, not C-E-A. But yeah, in Latin it would have been pronounced Kaiser. Caelum, for instance. Ulgesh is no exile. Traded him for a new set of armor. Why'd you sound so different wearing the helmet?
The real Ulgesh has a squeak in his voice. One day he paid Morkel's forge wife to make him sound like an ogre.
So it's a voice changer.
He always wore the helmet everywhere he went. It's still
kind of like Darth
sweaty
Vader's.
breeches and onions. I cleaned it 3 times. Nothing worked.
What do you think of that fact, by the way, guys? Let's just pause on this. I know this is a very common thing, but the fact that we meet Darth Vader in like the 3rd original Star Wars movie, The Return of the Jedi, and he speaks with a normal... Well, he almost sounds British, doesn't he? Just like a regular dad voice. Slightly grand, like a Shakespearean actor, perhaps. But he doesn't sound anything like James Earl Jones. Does that mean the character was just incredibly vain? And he walked around, he had like a real inferiority complex or inadequacy complex. And he did the vocal equivalent, like he added several inches to his height. And he did the vocal equivalent of stuffing socks down his trousers to increase the bulge. It just kills your respect for the character, doesn't it? Anyway, we're getting way off topic here. Could we even become chief?
Have you been to Orsinium? The king hammers away at traditions which keep orcs locked in squalid strongholds. He tempers us, forges us into something new, something better. I will become chief of Shatul, and in a decade, it will become tradition.
I like her attitude. Traditions are not inherently intelligent. They might, in fact, be bad and dumb. But yeah, Gilly, that explains why one character, the name is Cyrene, in a game I play is pronounced Kiren. I mean, that doesn't seem like a Latin name, but it could also be a mistranslation, like you playing in the original language the game was developed in. But yeah, that's a funny example because, you know, we played Dawn of War a few days ago. There's literally a planet they talk about in that game. My home planet of Cyrene. Spelled exactly like that. But yeah.
Some won't.
That would be a British
And I'll have to kill them.
reading.
But when any other clan clucks about the... I think we'll get rich off the Malakath zealots. Lorig is a fine warrior. Better than my father. But that's the problem. He never challenged.
This is a good line.
He's like an Achater bull that refuses to mate no matter how much ginger pulp you feed him.
But what do you think of him?
I haven't thought about that in years. He was always Uncle Lorig to me. Lorig's heart was never in the match. But refusing would have led to a...
All right.
Now I head to the Bloody Knoll. There... Gladly. Tell her the truth.
An interesting setup. So Laurig, or she has to die because of this particular
what happened
tradition.
At Firebrand Keep was downright embarrassing. Glad you restored order.
Is there anyone who picked Laurig or I really want to know. Like Laurig, which one is it?
My son.
Here we go.
Chief Ogzor is dead. Lorig waits at the
Yeah,
Bloody
Lorig.
Knoll. Is Olgesh on his way?
Actually, Ushruka is heading there.
What? Ushruka was exiled from Shatul. I would never allow her to contend for chief.
Yeah, it's supposed to be Greek-ish. Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, it was pronounced from a British perspective in the Warhammer setting. It's very much Cyrene, but then if you come from a different linguistic background, that just seems wrong and bad. Like, yeah, it's absolutely not right. Interesting. That's why she posed as Olgesh.
That foolish girl. We're a traditional clan. Shato will never accept an exiled woman as chief.
Why not? She'd be good.
Had she become Larig's hunt wife as my son wanted, Shato would have stayed for the wedding. We would have been there when the Reach attacked Larig's clan. Her selfishness led to their destruction.
I see. What about Lorig?
A chief who lost his entire clan to raiders from the Reach? He refused to challenge my son, to give him an honorable death under
Yeah, well, there are no
Malakath's
other
gaze.
contenders. Make your mind up.
Because of Take this ritual blade. It is flawed at its core, just like Lorig and Ushruka. Replace the blade of the weakest contender.
This part I don't actually get. I understand why the game wants us to be directly involved in choosing who wins. But I would much rather, like, it just goes to show their whole perception of, like, prowess in battle. It's complete bullshit. She's asking you to rig the game. And it just always encourages me. I don't know if this is intentional by the developers, but to have a character here saying we are held back by our traditions, we must, you know, we must stick to them. But here's a loophole so that we can escape the tradition and whatever. It just makes me think that the whole thing is complete bullshit, and we should make Ushruka the clan leader, so these traditions can die the death that they deserve. Do you know what I mean? Do you think that's intentional, or is it just sloppy writing? It's either smart or it's a bit of a mistake. Gili-chan, I always pick Ushruka to survive. She didn't deserve to die just because of their traditions. Well, neither does Lorig. Neither of them do, but they're both happy to do it. But what I think they should do is just duke it out. They should actually just fight, and that's not an option. Zdenya, hello there. Watching the game, watching the stream between sets at the gym. Gym with a capital T. The gym. Not good for the motivation. The rest pauses increase more and more. I see. I choose to read it as smart, Spellslinger. Yeah, I think I'm with you. I'm not sure if it is, but given how astute a lot of the quest design and the branching nature of the quests in Orsinium, yeah, the traditionalists are giant hypocrites. I'm with you. I think I'll lean towards that interpretation. Because that's definitely the thing that they're suggesting, right? Tradition is beautiful, but it is not something... It's not the beginning and the end of what our culture should be about. Alright.
When the blade fails, the weakest contender will most assuredly die. If she... Go, there is little time. Malakath favor the victor.
Malakath favor the victor. Alright, well, just a quick reminder. After this, after we've got all three clans, we are going to switch it up and do some Dishonored, just for a little while. Because Dishonored is a game that many of you requested when we announced that we were going to do this Gamesfest. We didn't have all of the games picked out. And it's also a classic. You know, it's a brilliant game. It's a game that I have some personal history with. Ushruka? No, let's change the other one. I just feel bad for Lorig. I think it's a shame. Hiding spot use. Right, here we go. The epic fight. Now there's an invisiwall, so you can't, like, look in.
He'll kill you. Olgesh is in Orsinium. He sold me his armor.
Moose, I was going to replay Dishonored a few weeks ago, but it's not in my library, so I have no idea how I even played it before. Wow. Game Pass?
Don't hold back, Lorig.
Malakath favor the victor.
But yeah, sorry, Zdenya. I think they're both going to be in no shape to lead after this.
Goodbye, Uncle Lorig.
I don't like that. I think it's a weak point in an otherwise rather excellent little quest. But it's very typical of video games, isn't it? Outsider, why don't you decide? You know? Like every video game ever. Was it a PS3 era game? Maybe I had it on disc. I can't use the door? What? Oh. I could have sworn that was the way out. No, whatever. Yeah, could have been. It's a while back. I want to say it was post Skyrim, like 2012 or something like that. So yeah, maybe. Maybe, Moose. Spellslinger, they noticed you had your main character written on your forehead, so they asked for your opinion. Yeah. Player, character. Yozara.
Returned. Who is the new chief of Shatul?
Ashruka.
I see. I convinced our clan that Ashruka's victory would test our faith in Malakath's favor. They'll accept her. For now. If she allows it,
A giant.
I shall advise her. She'll need all the help she can get.
This is not justice.
You alone emerged from the bloody knoll. Did you pray to Malakath for your victory?
I needed no prayers, only my strength.
Then go forth, my chief, and receive your clan.
One of the problems as well with this is that Yazara will always know that Ashruka only became chief because we cheated. We planted a...
We shall lead Tamriel to greatness.
You know, we slipped the other guy a Mickey, didn't we? Slipped him a Mickey. So if these two ever disagree, Ashruka and Yazara don't get along, or they disagree about a direction for the tribe, which is likely, considering one is a staunch traditionalist, whereas one has, like, bold new modern ideas, the temptation for Yazara just to say, well, actually, you're not the real chief, it just threatens to undermine the whole thing. It's not good.
I know the cheers won't last. I'll need to guard
Once faith in the system is gone,
to be twice the chief.
people will realize how important it was and how difficult it is to get back. Like that's kind of a related to a thing that we're seeing in real world politics, isn't it? People becoming disillusioned and politicians taking advantage of it and then wishing they could put the genie back in the bottle afterwards, after they stirred up all this discontent, often kind of spurious discontent. They should have let us kill them all, Moose. Yeah? Maybe so. Maybe so. Right, King Kurog wants a moot. Are you going to be there?
Of course you do. I don't know if I can attend the moot myself. I should stay here until the clan gets used to the idea of me as chief. But you can tell the king that Shatul supports him absolutely.
Well, there we go. And with that is a big bite out of the storyline that we've taken. So why don't we flip on over to Dishonored now? Any other queries about ESO are more than welcome. We don't have to change topic just because we're changing games. But in case anyone is here who wasn't already aware of this, we've been doing this every day throughout September and beyond. We've got 8 days left. Well, 7 days after today. And yeah, we're doing a different game every day. And Dishonored is one that we'd love to celebrate with you guys. Now, if you haven't played it, you're in for a treat. I'm going to go from the start. I'm not going to do any messing around. Just going to play it from the top. So let me change the category first. But yeah, what a great game. And it's very story rich. as well. Change the category on YouTube also. Stick around, please, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll continue on with the gameplay in just a moment. And we're going to talk about this game, like why we love it, why some people didn't love it, maybe. What sort of impact it had on our understanding of, like, oh, this is something different. It is credited a lot of the time with, there we go. No? YouTube won't let me have Dishonored. Dishonored Complete Collection? Whatever. We'll go with that. It's often credited with reviving the immersive sim genre. Which is interesting. So we've played a few of those games already. Games like Deus Ex. We've got System Shock coming up later. Bioshock to some degree. But not really. But yeah, definitely want to hear all of your thoughts on this game. Those of you who've played it have fond memories, not so good memories, maybe. It's not a perfect game, but it's very, very strong. Just making sure everything is working here, and we'll get going. But yeah, Spellslinger saying, imagine if they let us force them to fight it out and turn the whole quest into a just coin flip on who wins. I think that'd be really fun, like those quests in base game where you find a lizard to race and such. Yeah. I would love that. Moose, Dishonored 2 is another game I stopped halfway through. Not because I was bored, but just got sucked into some other massive game. Need to start a whole playthrough of it soon. Yeah, I never finished Dishonored 2 either, which is bad. Very, very good game, by all accounts. Sorry for the volume. Getting a lot of Unreal games in this list. Oh, we're gonna have to. I set it up on Maya's machine. So we're gonna have to change a few things here. Why is that the maximum res? Are you kidding me? I was gonna say, what? What? Yeah, it's the first one, Ted Meister, absolutely. I guess we need to play it in full screen. Yeah, Great Cook, once I got my hands on this game, completed it 3 times in a week. I love it. Wow. I didn't play it, I completed it 3 different times, I think. But not in the space of a week. I really took my time with the first 2. I think the 3rd time I just barreled through it a bit more. Let's just crank everything up. I did this on Maya's machine yesterday. That's dumb of me. Or rather, on Maya's account. There actually aren't that many settings we can tweak, are there? That's crazy. Let's go normal difficulty. It's a little bit more interesting to watch. Alright. Should be fine. So I've got a bunch of saves we can go through here. Awesome. Let's just go from the top. Right, so I have it, but I've not played it. I'm awake again. Welcome back. This is an excellent piece of work. It really is. It is 2012, as I said before. So it was published by Bethesda. It's not a Bethesda game. It's an Arcane Studios game. And I won't say anything about the story or anything like that, but this is Unreal Engine 3. So it's still fairly early days in terms of that engine's evolution. But yeah, let me just highlight a couple of things about it. So, you know, I was talking about Deus Ex just now. Harvey Smith, he's the guy who designed one of the designers who worked on Deus Ex. And he served as one of Dishonored's 2 creative directors. So no secret there. Another thing is Victor Antonov. You guys remember that name? We talked about him when we were playing Half-Life 2. He is the guy who got Half-Life's environments, Half-Life 2, I should say. Half-Life 2's environments are very simple. 2004, it did not have all the bells and whistles that we take for granted from a game like this. Only 8 years later, it's immeasurably more complicated in terms of what the game engine can do and what artists were able to do in terms of realizing and creating a unique space in a world. Victor Antonov did amazing work on Half-Life 2. Sadly, he died, I think, last year. Very sad. But with such low tech, he was able to do amazing things in terms of establishing setting and surrounding and mood and all that stuff in Half-Life 2. And this is what he did. Or this is one of the things he did next. And it's hard to argue that the environment isn't like one of the most compelling things about this game. It's really beautifully done. The guy was a master. Okay, so here we go. You have just returned from a journey of several months, visiting the other nations in the Empire to ask for aid in dealing with the rat plague. You must deliver their diplomatic response to the Empress, whom you serve as Lord Protector.
Corvo, if only there was someone else I trusted to send, so that you could remain near. But there is no one else. And the Spy Master was right to insist that I send you. The plague has taken so many, and we must find a cure.
Oh no, Brad, I have to go shopping.
My heart is at peace.
I should have played at some point. I'm off now. I need to do some shopping before it gets darker. Fair enough. Hopefully you'll be back before we're done. But otherwise, have an excellent evening.
Good news.
All the best. Alright guys, here we go.
Steady hand. That's it. Watch it. Cast off line. Casting off. We're away. Take us straight to Dunwich
How's
Tower.
the audio balance? Is it about right?
The Empress, and we've come a long way.
A long way to bring bad news. The sailors say there's a curse on us. Black magic.
Superstition. For all we know, there's a cure for the plague by now.
It's genius the way that introduces you to the place first, before anything else. We can't even move. There are no controls except the camera moving around.
We need help with the rat plague.
But again, even though it's 8 years after Half-Life 2, it's the same principle of doing a lot with a little. You know, like making a great sci-fi or a great horror movie on a low budget. These are things that happen all the time, every year.
We're going up.
And this is not a low budget game. But it wasn't, you know, this is not id or Bethesda, you know. The water still looks pretty great. I grew up in a town next to, or at least part of my childhood, in a town here in England, which has a canal. There's like a big canal from when those were used for trading in England, and they have that kind of system, a lock system, where, you know, for a canal boat to go uphill, the only way to do that is to have a series of reservoirs, one after the other, and you let the water flow down and fill up. Then you sail through into the next, close the sluice gates, and then do it again. Very, very strange, and it can take you like half a day just to get to the top of a hill in one of these canal boats. But it's a thing. But there's immediately something familiar. Like, I never knew that this was the same art director as Half-Life 2 when I first played the game. But when I did learn of it, I thought that makes so much freaking sense. There's so much about it that is familiar, even though it's much more high fidelity, right? And Greykirk saying, Dishonored Death of the Outsider was the only one that I didn't finish when I started, like a year later, after restarting the game. Spellslinger, I agree. I think it would have been a fun twist. Yeah, we're talking about the Orc duel there. Especially once players take to the forums and realize it wasn't scripted. I think that is a genius idea. It's not a thing you should have all the time.
Fewer ships moving along the river now, with the plague and all.
And this is our first clue as to the type of game that it is. Is there a quick save? Yeah. It will let you kill yourself immediately. The game is like, yeah, you sure? Fine. It is it has a very strong narrative, and you do play through it in missions, mission after mission, but the way in which you do those missions is ridiculously freeform. Like, ridiculously. It's very, very smart, and that's what the immersive sim is generally all about. You know, it's about giving you an objective, or a problem to solve, or a mystery to uncover, whatever it is. We saw some of this in Deus Ex. But it is all about how you choose to get there. So you get this dual sense of enjoyment from watching the unfolding story and learning about the world, but also seeing the game react to what you choose to do. It's not just a scripted thing. When you reach this point, that will happen. You can do it in so many different ways.
Hello, sir.
Get some cutscenes like this early on.
Will you tell me about your trip, please?
This is
Wait, let's play hide and seek first. I'll cover my eyes.
I forgot about the hide and
Do you have
seek.
time? Mother's busy talking to that nasty old spy master.
Yeah, go on.
Okay, here we go. Run with me.
Where did she actually go? I looked away.
My nanny says the big ocean's full of them, but I think she only says that to scare me.
This is Chloe Grace Moretz voicing Emily in this game. So I was looking at chat. Is she down here? Yeah, there we go.
Let's see if you're still good at this.
Can you guys recognize the voice?
And at the end of the countdown, I'll try and find you.
I'm pretty sure it's Chloe Grace Moretz.
Find a place to hide.
Optional hiding tutorial.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Here I come. Okay, well, somewhere else then.
So you literally watch her looking for us.
Here. Okay, you win. We should go now. Some other
Very basic tutorial, right? And the fact that it's optional. But yeah, there's a very cool steampunk vibe as well, right? There's sort of this ancient grandeur, but also like modernity and machinery creeping in. I watched Brian and Amelia Deckert play Dishonored, actors who were in Detroit Become Human. In that game, there's a 28 stab wounds thing that's become sort of a meme. So they were going to do 28 stabs or less in Dishonored. I think they reached 7 just in the tutorial. I think you can play the entire game without killing anybody. I think. But it's quite difficult. I think I've done it on very hard.
Welcome home, Lord Protector.
Literally no one dies. And they introduce you to the place, the characters. Look at these cunts, you know, like...
Wherever you've been. They sent him all around
commissioning paintings of themselves.
A waste of time. My elixir will banish the plague from this city. Now keep still a moment, High.
Our game voices are quiet? Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm not so sure that painting looks like Campbell.
Why? It's so loud to me. That's so weird. It feels much louder than ESO. Is this better?
You saw my improvements to the waterlock.
Also the stylized thing, because they wanted to have a really, really strong sense of place. But they were aware that they couldn't do... You know, there's no Witcher 3, there's no Cyberpunk at this point. So what they did instead was to create these very, very stylized...
I cannot paint without your cooperation.
It was a fool's errand, Corvo. The plague comes from inside us.
Distractions.
We must all strengthen our faith.
World of Warcraft did something similar as well, kind of genius. You know, turning technological constraints into an opportunity for more interesting art and design. I dig it. I think it's one of the things that WoW doesn't get enough credit for. Especially a French artist called Samwise. Can't remember his full name, but he retired from Blizzard a couple of years ago. Bit of a legend.
Good to have you back, sir.
There's some great voice actors in this as well. Spellslinger, hang on. You're the Lord Protector, but there's an adult Empress in this game? Or odd choice of title. Lord Protector is in you're her personal bodyguard. And you have like hey, this guy.
It's been good traveling with you, Corvo.
Right, here we go.
They're sick people, not criminals.
We've gone beyond that question, Your Majesty.
They're my citizens, and we will save them from the plague if we can. All of them.
Very well.
We will not speak of this again.
Mother, Corvo is back.
Thank you, Emily. Leave us, please.
As you wish, Your Majesty.
That depiction of, like, benevolent privilege and just awful, corrupt privilege as well.
Early, full of surprises, as usual. Follow me, Captain. We should leave them alone.
And so he's not happy that we're back 2 days early. I wonder why. Here we go.
It's a fair wind that brings you home to me. What news have you brought?
Cutscene time.
I hope that one of the other cities had dealt with this before, knew of some cure.
Any
This
South
news
Park
is
fans
very
here?
bad. We're at the breaking point. Cowards. They're going to blockade us. They'll wait to see if the plague turns the city into a graveyard.
Are you okay, Mother? I'm sad.
Yes,
Hey,
don't
thank you for
worry,
the follow, ADPK.
Mother's
How's it
fine.
going?
Wait, where are the guards?
Last name Gamgee,
You sent them
obviously.
away.
Mother, look! What are they doing on the rooftop?
What? Emily, come here. Emily, get behind me!
I love it. You haven't even been given a combat tutorial or anything, but they're just like, yeah, protect the Empress. Yay, we did it.
Thank you. If you hadn't been here... No more! Not again!
Mommy!
No! Get away from her!
Corvo! Mommy! Get away!
The reason I ask South Park fans is that the Empress, who just got killed, is the voice of like every female character in South Park.
Corvo, it's all coming apart. Find Emily.
I think she
Protect
plays
her.
Stan's mum
You're the
as well
only
as his
one.
girlfriend.
You'll know what to do.
Is it Wendy? Wendy?
Corvo.
Sorry, I'm just laughing over this bit.
Ward us all. Look at what he's done.
Yes, he's killed the Empress. What did you do with young Lady Emily, traitor?
Her own bodyguard. Ironic.
I'll see you beheaded for this, Corvo. Take him.
Strong start, no? Six months later. Spellslinger, yeah. Lord Protector was the guardian of an underage monarch. I know what you mean, yeah. Or sort of a sort of a custodian of the throne, right?
That's enough for now. Get out. Let's give the man some time to think.
Poor Corvo.
Corvo, the Empress is dead. Her daughter Emily is hidden away, and no one will ever know the truth.
Yes, unlucky you. Tomorrow you'll be executed, but it's for a good cause. This country needs strong leadership now, someone to guide the weak, and that's where we come in.
Well, Spellslinger, with no spoilers, the title isn't as inappropriate as it might sound. If you know anything about the second game.
The wrong place at the right time, and someone has to take the fall. Goodbye, Corvo.
Guards! Take him back to his cell.
The voice cast in this is fucking stacked, by the way. It is absolutely ridiculous.
You should eat, Corvo. This meal comes from a friend.
Now, so not everyone is a shithead. But yeah, check this out. Susan Sarandon is in this. Lena Headey, who you guys will know from 300 and Game of Thrones. Carrie Fisher is in it, you know, Princess Leia. It's just a random, I think it's just a really random character she plays in this. Brad Dourif, you know, Wormtongue, and Billy from One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, among a million other things. He's in some Michael Madsen, Chloe Grace Moretz, we already talked about. John Slattery's in it. So many awesome, it's crazy. It's got one of the greatest casts of like any video game. It's so good. I'm not sure how that happened.
I almost caught that guy who killed the Empress. Blow off.
There we go. A key. Corvo, who we are is irrelevant right now. Just know that we have faith in you. Here is the key to your cell. Once you're out, head for the prison's interrogation room. Take the explosive there and plant it on the outer door. When the bomb goes off, run. Make for the river and lose yourself in the sewers. You'll find some useful gear stashed there. One of the prison guards will leave a weapon just outside your cell. And good luck. We need you alive and well for what's to come. A friend. Amazing. Yeah, that's great. Just give him a title he can keep, yeah. Moose, he's unhappy because he's obviously knows you're going to kill the Empress. Yeah, that's exactly right. Corvo's cell key. I think a lot of these things, like the glowing interactable objects, you can disable a lot of that. The game is quite happy to let you turn up the difficulty again and again. So here's the deal. You can sort of... It begins now. It changes later. You get access to a lot of spells and powers and abilities that will, you know, enhance your abilities in certain areas. Just the fact that he holds his sword like that if you're standing up. And then if you sneak. That's such a nice touch. That's UI at work right there. I mean, look at the UI in this game for a start. There's a tiny little dot for a crosshair. and then a health bar there on the left, and it only appears if there's a reason to show it.
How come so many people are coming to the execution tomorrow?
It's on account of Corvo, the one who killed the Empress and abducted her daughter, Emily.
So it's an occasion.
Right.
Yeah, it's an
Social
occasion.
event for the high and mighty. Come see the noble Lord Protector get his head chopped off.
They're as bad as us betting on the dogfights.
Attention. The solitary wing is off limits to maintenance crews, unless
But yeah,
accompanied by an officer of the watch.
Isn't it awesome?
Tell
Like,
me what you'll do if Slack Jaw and his Bottle Street boys jump in.
Shut up. With 1 week's notice.
the sense of place is freaking fantastic. So I was like, I honestly don't remember the game looking this good. Then again, I barely played it. Mostly just watched playthroughs on YouTube when I was bored.
For the watch! Damn you! Got you in the river! Let's feed him to the...
I don't even remember what the controls are, to be honest. I should probably check that, shouldn't we? Yeah, so I guess there are some tutorials that it isn't giving me because I've already played it. But it's ages ago, man. So... Yeah. Control is block. Alright. Now you can do assassination moves like that. That's fun. So there's pickpocketing. Now the guy's gonna see the body.
Someone help me out!
Normally I would... just chucking stuff in the environment at you. It's a lot of it is like subtle advancements like that. We need to find somebody with a pistol.
Attention. Tomorrow's execution will be restricted to the personnel assigned to the event and approved dignitaries only.
But yeah, we're just gonna get out of here. The infamous... The infamous, like, highlighting. Hey, we can get a pistol. There's a lot of, like... kleptomania in this game as well. You know, just constantly spamming.
Ran off, Howard. Assassin, help!
Cool. We'll take the key, that'll do. That'll do nicely. I would normally play this kind of thing stealthily, but because it's been a while, it's more fun on stream, just to be incredibly violent. We're gonna do it that way. Hey, John Lutzy, hello! How's it going? But yeah, Spellslinger, I think it always looked pretty amazing. I think they've, you know, because it's Unreal, it's a very well supported engine. So, you know, they've been able to make a few tweaks now and then, maybe to the lighting. Like the God Rays, I don't remember being quite this good. But pretty much, it's just running at a higher resolution and whatnot. Maybe it's just stream video resolution that's gotten a bit better. That's also a thing. And Moose, since I'm in the middle of playing through the Bioshock games, watching Dishonored gives me slight Bioshock vibes. Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're both of the... They take their cue from that immersive sim type gameplay. A lot of the same people who you see connected to System Shock and Deus Ex were obviously represented in Bioshock and Dishonored's development. And even when it's not actual people, you know, developers, a lot of the ideas are consistent, or they're drawing on those earlier gameplay experiences that were really good, and thinking, well, how can we do that and make it better? Also, this is a very
Corvo's unconscious
Bioshock thing.
though he's taken more punishment than the 2 men we brought in for interrogation.
Right, the voice
When he wakes,
diaries.
start again. Having him sign the confession for her murder isn't critical, but it might be useful to us later. The assassination of an empress is not a trivial matter.
It certainly is not a trivial matter. There we go. A clockwork explosive. The Trials of Aptitude. Yeah, there are books to collect, and there are some RPG elements and exploration elements, but mainly it's about like rock solid systems, great immersive design, and yeah, then that sort of freedom, that immersive simulator freedom.
Sorry, not yet. I was gonna report that boiler leak from yesterday.
Forget it. Just do your rounds. A report's trouble for both of us.
I'm moving.
And there are rats everywhere as well, as you may have noticed. The more people you kill, the more rats there are throughout the game, so you get a much more sinister ending.
Can I buy a ration of elixir for today?
Stupid gut.
Corvo's execution is tomorrow, right?
Attention.
Yeah, but everything has to be
Tomorrow's
set up
execution
today.
will be restricted to the personnel assigned to the event and approved
Not everyone did,
dignitaries
but
only.
I really like the Empress.
How's it going, John Latsy? Thank you for joining us. Bioshock and Dishonored have a kind of similar aesthetic as well. Yeah, they kind of do. In some ways. In some ways. Victor Antonoff's work on Dishonored is definitely its own thing.
That's just ridiculous. Stupid rats. Plague. Elixir. Bunch of crap.
Also, I love the idle chat of the guards. It's really, really good fun. The Indiana Jones approach to combat.
The solitary wing is off limits to
Dump you in the river.
unless accompanied by an officer of the law. Entrance to the solitary wing must be scheduled in advance. With 1
Big fun.
week's notice.
And you can just heal with elixirs, or you can pick up food as you go. It's you know, it's not too deep in terms of the equipment system and all of that kind of stuff. It's much more about like moment to moment decision making. Like if I wanted to be cool, I mean, who wants to be cool, right? I could have traversed this entire room just by looking around.
Let me know if you want to gamble on the hounds again.
Please, not now.
Like if you're observant and stealthy and cautious,
Stupid gut.
the game tends to reward you for that, but it doesn't give a shit. If you just want to be really violent, it will let you. And yeah, I'm totally here for it.
Huh? Help!
Boom, headshot. Just a reminder, we're playing this on normal. I wouldn't be quite as ready to sort of fuck around if I were playing it on very hard difficulty, which I think I did twice already, but it's years and years ago. Sometimes you gotta smack a motherfucker. Yeah, absolutely, Moose. Have you ever tried to do the spring razor grenade thing? Yeah. We're right at the beginning of the game, obviously. So, John Latsy, if you've just joined us because we're in a category that you enjoy, welcome on in. My name's Khan. I'm one half of Ninja Pulse Gaming. Anyone who's just joined us, really, just thought I'd explain that very quickly. Stream with my wife on a good day. On a bad day, it's just one of us. On a very bad day, it's just me. But Also, you know, hiding corpses so that you don't alert your enemies. That's totally a thing. Chucking the heads around. Standard stuff. And yeah, this is for September, we did what we called Ninja Paul's Gamesfest. So we played a different game every single day. And on day 34, it was Dishonored. Dishonored Day. So that's why we're so early on in the game. They're kind of shooting at the wrong thing, right? Yeah, if he gets to the sewer, you will lose him. Absolutely right. Yeah, it sounds cool. It has been really cool. It's been amazing. It's totally changed the way I think about some of these games, even ones that I played many times before. Like we played a bit of Star Wars Dark Forces yesterday, and I was thinking of it as a Doom clone. You know, not like a particularly groundbreaking game in its own right. For those who don't know, Dark Forces, LucasArts basically saw Doom and thought, wow, that's amazing. Let's copy it. But instead of like working with id to get access to their engine or whatever, they had enough money to just tell their own people to copy the engine, essentially rip it off, everything it does, copy all aspects of it. And honestly, I don't begrudge them for it, because when we booted it up yesterday, it very quickly became clear the extent to which Star Wars Dark Forces actually innovates on and improves upon that. It feels like a decent bridge. You can see Doom in there everywhere, which is 1993, Dark Forces was 95, but you can also see the beginnings of Half-Life, which is what, 1998? You can see some level design and like components in the gameplay that are like, oh, that's very Half-Life. It's not there yet, but with the benefit of hindsight. Corvo, here we go. If you're reading this, it means our plan worked and you've broken free from Coldridge. Well, imagine if this got discovered like the afternoon before the prison break. They're like, sir, one of our contacts has hidden weapons for you somewhere deeper in the sewers. Somewhere deeper in the sewers? It's a good job it's a video game. We're bound to stumble across them. Grab the gear, find Samuel where these tunnels dump out into the river. He will bring you to us. A friend who will meet you soon.
We're the one in the practice yard. He's a whirlwind. I hope it's me that finds him. I hope it
Yeah,
is
look,
too.
this is our introduction to the rat mechanic. They want to eat us. When you get a swarm of rats like that, it's pretty horrendous. And you can even use it to dispose of corpses. If you've like killed someone, you don't want it to be seen. You can dump them where rats will eat them, and as you can see, it takes a while. It's pretty horrendous, pretty horrific, but eventually, the body is gone. Never mind that there's like a sword and a load of blood. A guard will walk right past that and not look twice. Deeper in the sewers, never specifies how deep. Ended up in Karnaka. Yeah, yeah, that's what I mean. Good job it's a video game. And then it lets you make the mistake of opening this as well. I think we have the key. No, alright, we don't. But generally the game will let you make those fatal mistakes. You cannot kill the rat plague. L'Aqua Boulevard, rats are eating our babies. It's another thing from Half-Life 2. You can do a lot of world building with a well-placed, well-designed bit of graffiti, right? Alright, so I better run before they run out of corpses to eat. I love that he's not in his prison garb. He's like in his nice Lord Protector's uniform. Again, a lot of storytelling you can do with very little. Damien's journal. Amanda and I had enough coin to buy half the elixir we needed. Even that's all gone now, and there's nothing to do but wait. We're very sick, and there's no place above to hide from the city watch. They're breaking into houses all over our district, so we'll stay here and share the last hours together. Our fire will keep the rats away, but they'll inherit this city. Fuck, it is unbelievably bleak. But yeah, so if you do play this game again, I encourage you to take a look at the systems underlying everything. The fact that you can pick everything up and stuff like that. They really took a lot of cues from Half-Life in the interactivity of the world. It's constantly reacting to your presence. Again, that thing that Gabe Newell talked about with the first Half-Life game. But they also took a lot of cues from the greatest immersive sims that they had to draw on. You know, System Shock, Deus Ex. And anyone who wasn't here like 15 minutes ago, whenever we talked about it, one of the lead designers of Deus Ex was one of the two creative directors on this game. So the shared DNA is definitely not a coincidence. And this is very Half-Life 2, right?
To load the bodies into carts headed to the flooded district? Yeah, but screw that. That's too far.
Doesn't this feel like an antlion moment in Half-Life 2?
Elixir prevented? Maybe.
How many rats are on this playthrough? Guns and Raiders. The environmental storytelling can add a lot of layers to world building. It makes the world feel more real, absolutely, and it makes it feel like it's reacting to you or doing something cool as well. Absolutely. So what we need to do here, it's that classic game design thing where you need the player to know something, you need them to learn something. So you create a puzzle or a situation, either in combat or, you know, a gated system, literally a gate in this case, where they cannot progress unless they've proven that they got it. Unless they grok what you're talking about. In this case, use corpses to distract the rats. Here they go. Meanwhile, I can open this. And if I'm quick enough, I can get the fuck out of there before the rats finish what they're doing. So that's the thing that the game needs you to know a little bit later. Rat skewer, eat. I'm good, thanks.
Heir to the throne has temporarily escaped state custody. Several brave officers of the state are dead by his hand. He is to be captured or killed at any cost.
Sure, let's see. And even here, the game does allow you to try and kill the rats. Oh yeah, that's true. That's a good point. If you don't want to use the corpses, Dishonored gives you a lot of options. Yeah. That is ultimately the main thing about it, I would say. And that's why it's on this list in the segment where it appears. We've got System Shock coming up. There's a trap here. That's another little tutorial. Like, this thing won't kill us, but it's useful. What you're really supposed to do, I guess, is chuck stuff at it. Find something to throw. And learn how to aim, maybe. That'd be good. Oh wow, that hour is... I still took damage from it, but hardly any. Doesn't matter. Get some incendiary bolts out of that thing. You know, little rewards for exploration, the usual shit. The other way is to just go above and over. Here we go. To the Lord Protector. Greetings, Corvo. Or should I say Lord Protector? As you were known before, that title was wrongfully taken from you. We are servants of the Empire and of the true Empress, a group of loyalists who want very much to meet you. Take these weapons crafted for you of the finest materials in the Isles and meet with our man Samuel near where these tunnels spill into Wrenhaven River. All haste and luck, we share a common purpose. Hey. So we're nearing the end of the tutorial section. There's a little bit more. I would love to do a playthrough of this game just like every evening for a while. I think that'd be a lot of fun. But sadly, we don't have a ton of time left today. These traps are pretty fucking horrific. You don't think the guys could have cleared them away before we came down here? Oh yeah, we need the combo. So yeah, the letter we just picked up. That's another thing. Jelly's share. Look to your whiskey for the answer. Whiskey, got it? I can't actually remember what the code is, but it doesn't matter. We don't need to do that.
He won't get past me, sir.
Do you know who we're hunting here?
No.
Don't try to take him out alone.
But what if no one from the squad is around?
Then try to make a lot of noise when you die. Knock something
They
over.
definitely went to like James Bond, like idiot enemy soldiers or stormtroopers from Star Wars. Like just real idiots.
Seen any more big rat swarms? You're such a choffer.
Yeah, choffer is... They definitely use choff in place of fuck.
Probably is. They come here.
Stay alert, you son. He's not getting out this way on my watch.
I love that. Stay alert. Just as we're stabbing his mate in the neck.
No, stupid goddamn.
Yeah, the way that they like stamp on the rats and stuff, it's really, really fun. It's great. It really feels like you're in a way they celebrate like level design and remind you that this is a computer game and that, you know, what you're experiencing here is designed. But at the same time they do their best to like bring it all to life in a fun way.
Assassin, help! Get around him! You're going down. Can't stay hidden forever. Hit him!
That guy just kill himself in the water? The depth of field during combat is a little bit dumb. But you guys know me, I've got issues with depth of field. I think it tends to bump me out of the action rather than enhance it. Again, very Half-Life, right?
The assassin Corvo, responsible for the murder of our fair empress and the disappearance of Lady Emily, heir to the throne, has temporarily escaped.
Yeah, these little moments,
Several brave officers of the state are dead.
Over here.
they do a great job in service of storytelling and setting.
And I work for some good people.
And by the way, do you prefer Dishonored or Dishonored 2? Good question.
They
Are they going to have
said
to go
you'd
for the
come out
first
here.
one?
I could still hardly believe it.
But Dishonored 2 is, it might be a better game, but this one...
Just down the river from here.
This one was, you know, it broke the ground. If that makes sense. I think it deserves credit for that. Another thing they do really really well is a lot of the missions will begin in the boat with Samuel, and he'll be giving you like a little breakdown. It's show not tell, you know. It's show me how the world works, or have a character at worst have a character explain a little bit of backstory to me. The worst thing you can do is have, like, a thing that appears on screen, like this, and explain in the text what is happening in the game right now. When movies do this, superhero movies do this all the time. It's... it's really bad, but, games often struggle with it, don't they?
This is the Hound Pit's pub. Closed for business. Half the district marked off as dead from the plague. We're right under the Lord Regent's nose, and he don't know a thing.
Yeah, they did an amazing job
Of course,
creating this city as your playground.
The Watch will break in with swords drawn. And now that you've escaped, the Lord Regent's going to be tearing the city apart.
Yeah, Dishonored 2 is broader. They built on it. They absolutely did. They deserve massive credit. But if you asking what is my preference, not necessarily what is the better game.
You find that missing girl, Lady Emily, and clear your name. He can.
But yeah. So there we go. This is not. We're not playing these games to review them or to sell them or whatever. We're just to encourage, you know, thinking about like what made this one particularly good. I would say the immersive sim aspects of it. The fact that the environment is so relentlessly interactable is just amazing. But the setting, the world, everything is so compelling. You feel like the choices that you're making really matter. It takes that world building of Half-Life 2 and really just elevates it. And as an immersive sim, it's very strong. Sure, you know, it's not as broad as some other games in that respect. It's a bit more like Cyberpunk, where there are 3 or 4 ways of doing things, you know? But it still makes you feel awesome when you discover, oh, there's a back entrance here. I'm glad I looked. Or, you know, you discover a particularly smart way of doing things. And the game hasn't told you. It just lets you figure it out. And if you scout and look around and use your head, often the thing that you think, well, what would I actually want to do in this situation? Often it turns out the devs thought the same thing and they've made it possible. I love that shit. Never gets old. Unfortunately, what is getting old is the day. So I'm really sorry, guys. We're going to have to leave it here. And I'm going to have to raid off to someone else. Probably back in the ESO category. But man, this is... the toughest thing about Gamesfest has been all these amazing games. Ones that I haven't played before or haven't played much. Or the ones that I've played a ton. And then I'm experiencing them again and I'm going, oh, now I really want to get back into this game. Holy shit, it's so good. Dishonored is absolutely one of those. Hey, John Latzy, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate it. If you do join us again, as you can see, tomorrow we're doing Prey, another Arcane game, another one which is kind of in the immersive sim vein. I think I'll just do the same and go right from the start because the beginning of the game is so good. And underrated. People rate Dishonored. It shows up on best of lists. I'm not sure that Prey gets the credit it deserves, but yeah, you can see the rest of the games we've got coming up. We also do play a lot of the Elder Scrolls Online. That's where the Ninja Pools channel came from. It's where our guild lives. But yeah, Insomnia Aaron. And most, yeah, they do attack you, absolutely. But only if they're in a swarm. And Brad, so glad I got to see some of it. Makes it easier to jump in. Yeah, that's the part of the thing, right? Trailers don't always do a great job of that, jumping into a game and having a good sense of what to expect. But it is, you can turn the difficulty down to easy and just really enjoy the systems and the world. It's fantastic. Or you can turn it up to very hard and really have to use your wits and timing and every trick in the book. And it's an amazing experience either way. I wholeheartedly recommend a replay. It must be on Game Pass if you guys have got that. Anyway, let's see who is about. Thank you very much, everyone, for hanging out with me today. Really appreciate it. And the fact that you stayed here for a game which isn't the one we started in. Always grateful. Never take it for granted. And yeah, John Latzy, lovely to meet you as well. Anyone else who stopped by for Dishonored and decided to hang out? Let's see. Hey, we got Kamul. Let's raid into Kamul. He was here earlier. So if you don't know, Kamul is doing ESO PvP. He's very good at it, but he gives himself an interesting challenge by basing all of his builds and characters around stuff from Lord of the Rings, which sounds like a suicide mission, but actually it works really, really well. And he's just a lovely bloke. So hang out with him, talk about ESO, talk about games in general. He's a big MMO guy. But yeah, make a lot of noise in his channel, please. You know, don't go anywhere. Stay for 5-10 minutes and at least say hello to him. Consider giving him a follow as well. And yeah, just give him a few minutes to make his case. But you guys have a fantastic Thursday. I will be back tomorrow with Prey and more Orsinium story. Hope to see you guys there. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you so much. Take it easy.